Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Clearwater County Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole for Monday, March 23rd, 2026. Just a reminder that all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Access to Information Act, Sections 4 and Protection of Privacy Act, Sections 2, 4, and 5. Looking at today's agenda, are there any members of the committee that have any additions or deletions to this agenda, or a motion to adopt the agenda as presented? Councillor Humphrey, you make the motion to adopt the agenda as presented?
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor from Councillor Humphrey. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Looking at the meeting minutes from February 23rd, are there any errors or omissions noted by any commission members on these meeting minutes? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to adopt the minutes as written. Councillor Letwin, you'd like to make that motion, or do you?
Yes, I'll make that motion to adopt last.
Okay. Yeah. Councillor Letwin makes a motion to adopt the February 23rd, 2026 minutes as written. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Moving on into item 4.1, Emergent Facility Infrastructure Grant for Community Halls Policy. It's on page 5 of today's agenda, and I'd like to invite administration to present this item.
Good morning, Reeve and Council.
Good morning.
As mentioned, this is regarding the Community Hall funding policy. So we've split the agenda item into two parts, and I think I'll just go over part one and go into the background and the options on that. And then once we've addressed that, go to part two, just so that things don't get too confusing. So part one is for the Emergent Facility Infrastructure Grant funding for the Community Halls policy and the philosophy of this program moving forward. And then part two was the consideration of a Community Hall committee as previously discussed by Council. So for part one, for the Emergent Facility Infrastructure Grant funding for Community Halls policy, so with Council having voiced their interest in the Community Hall Committee, we felt it was appropriate to bring forward the current grant funding agreement for Community Halls policy for review at the same time. So for some background, in 2022, staff brought forward the Emergent Facility Infrastructure Grant funding for Community Halls policy, and part of this policy included inspecting 3 halls annually and upgrading the halls to meet safety code compliance under the Safety Codes Act. This policy initiated the inspection program and subsequent upgrades to community halls within the county. Now that the policy has been in place for several years, staff are providing Council with the opportunity to review the policy and consider its future direction. There have been a number of concerns identified with the policy, and they are as follows. So the first is under Section 3 of the current policy, the community halls need to be inspected annually is causing a strain on community halls and its volunteers. Current staff have been investigating what triggered this to be included in the policy and if this is necessary to do so, and that's what I'm going over here now. There's a higher cost than initially anticipated, was the second concern. So the 2 halls who have began upgrades are estimated to cost between $245,000 and $480,000 to complete the upgrades based on the engineer's estimates for building code requirements, and those are based off 2024 numbers. The county provides funding to assist with the cost of the upgrades, pays for the engineer to assist them through the process, and we provide project management support when required through the engineer. And these engineering and project management expenses would be in addition to the building code expenses just listed. The third was, as mentioned previously, there has been previously additional fundraising required to complete upgrades places further strain on volunteer boards, and many community halls are supported by small volunteer groups, which is causing that additional strain with them having to be brought up to the code and following the inspections. And fourth, there is inconsistency with other rural municipalities. So based on preliminary comparisons that we have done, most municipalities are not currently requiring community halls to undertake similar upgrades through a structured inspection and upgrade program. So going into the reasons that the upgrades may be necessary. So first is the fire code compliance. So the county safety codes officer has a responsibility to ensure that facilities used by the public meet applicable fire safety requirements. If an unsafe situation were to occur and the county was aware that fire code deficiencies existed, there could be a significant safety risk as well as potential legal exposure. The County Fire Prevention Officer, Michael Vanderbeeren, pulled all previous inspection files on halls in the county, and any of which had non-compliance concerns on file have been or are currently being addressed. Not all halls in the county have an inspection file on record, and inspections occur on a complaint or request basis. So that's the fire code side of things, and then on to the insurance considerations. The county does list community halls as additionally named and insured under our RMA policy. Staff contacted RMA Insurance to inquire whether upgrading halls to current safety code standards is required for insurance purposes. The response indicated that RMA is not aware of other municipalities undertaking a similar program and does not mandate upgrades. They do, however, support mitigation initiatives that help preserve and protect buildings from potential losses. And following a legal review, it was identified that having the community halls listed as additionally named and insured under the county's RMA policy does not on its own create legal liability for the county where there was none that previously existed. And then on to additional, so liability for community groups and volunteers. So again, following a legal review, it was identified that hall boards and volunteer organizations may face liability exposure should an incident occur in a facility that is known to have deficiencies. So just for an overall legal review perspective, so following the legal review of the policy and the various structures of the halls in the county, liability is dependent on many things such as policies and agreements. Liability is also on a spectrum. The halls on Clearwater County land or owned by the county are at a higher liability than the halls that are independently owned or are on privately owned land. Liability is also dependent on involvement of the county in operations and knowledge of problems. As far as the county is aware, there are not problems in any halls that haven't been or are not being addressed. And there was the chart there in that legal review document that I sent where she kind of identified the lower to higher risk and what that looks like. So I guess for options going forward, first we could have staff bring back policies based on discussion that happens today. Secondly, continue with no amendments to the policy that was approved back in 2022, or there could be other options that council could consider moving forward. And this time I'll pass it back over to council for any questions and comments.
Okay. Thank you for the background information on this agenda item. Are there any, I'm not seeing any lights or any comments from the commission or the committee members at this time. Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. Just curious as to, you know, if this isn't in line with other municipalities and requirements of the RMA, then why did we venture down this path to begin with?
Yeah, that part is not super clear. This was prior to, you know, it was with the previous administration who had worked with this. And it's not really clear as to why they, you know, initiate the 3 halls being inspected per year at this point, based on any research we've done. I don't know, Sid, if you have anything to add. You watched kind of previous meetings as well, but yeah. Unfortunately, we don't have a super clear
It just
answer.
seems like something that's causing an unnecessary expense, and it's going to deter people from being involved in the hall boards, especially with the verbiage being used here. When in actuality, in that legal report, it does clearly define that the liability cannot be put onto any hall board member if they're acting in good faith.
That's right.
But in this report, we're sort of leaving it open to the interpretation that liability can be put on to hall board members, when in actuality, unless they're acting in bad faith, it cannot be. Right, so we're doing a lot of things to really sort of tear apart that fine fabric that's holding these tiny community halls together. And I don't know why or how we got here, but I think we need to turn the bus around.
And that's part of the reason why we brought it forward, is to make, you know, we'd really dug to the bottom of this to try and identify how we got where we are.
Right.
And so that's why we tried to lay it out as to what that looks like.
Ms. Graham, do you have some comments or information?
Yeah, just a little additional information for where this kind of came to be. So with previous council, administration brought forward the emergent, or the annual hall grant funding policy, which is the $5,000 halls get each year. And one of the options for moving forward with that was having a split rate. So the smaller halls would get $2,500 and the larger ones would get $5,000. And to do that, one of the words historically used was capacity, which meant that they all had to have inspections by fire to have their capacity number, their occupancy load numbers. And the last council did direct staff to go down this road, but I don't know that council was aware of the implications. Like, there were a lot of unintended consequences that I feel came from it. I don't think it was anticipated to be as expensive as it's gonna be, or as it has been. And yeah, it's just kind of spiraled a little bit, I'll say, but it was directed by council. It wasn't administration who did it on their own, but that's kind of where it initiated from. And we don't know, like Director Van Newkirk said, we don't really know why this was kind of happened, other than that.
I do have a little bit of background, maybe from what I recall. There was a thing that was called COVID, and there was a lot of venues, like there was people that wanted to have weddings and they wanted to have events at community halls. They had to have an inspection in order to get their liquor license. Then they had the inspection. Then they were told, no, your occupancy is reduced because of the delinquency in the building and the infrastructure and the fire codes. And then there was members of the community that were not being able to host small town smackdown. There was weddings at, Dovercourt Hall. There was community halls all over that were delinquent from fire codes and told that they couldn't host their event or they'd have to have reduced numbers. So, Ms. Graham?
And that definitely played into it as well. We thought that was one of the leading causes of it, and then we looked into it and watching old meetings, and as of 2022, the halls hadn't been inspected. So I do think that did play a part, especially in Caroline, but they all weren't inspected. And then once you know there's a problem, they have to be upgraded is kind of the dilemma.
Yeah, there was, I remember there was many community members that were told that they couldn't host their event. But they only had the small $2,500 or $5,000. But there was another fund that was available for, because they just said that, no, they couldn't host their event. And it was sort of left at that. It left a lot of community members frustrated. So was there not a fund that went up to $90,000 to allow for engineering and a cost estimate? Yeah. So because it was what was happening with the $2,500 or the $5,000, they were told can't have their event. And that was kind of it. They were left just in limbo. So then, yeah, this was brought forward to have more of an engineering design cost estimate to assist the community halls to be able to get those upgrades, to be able to host the events. So, Councillor Letwin, please.
Yeah, page 1 here, part 1. It says the 2 halls currently are under repairs or engineering estimates. Which 2 halls are those? I would assume one is Leslieville.
That's right, yeah, one is Leslieville and one is Dovercourt.
Yeah, and those are the only 2 getting restructured right now?
That's correct, that had deficiencies identified and that are being,
Okay, so the other halls are in good shape then?
they haven't been inspected, so we're not aware of any deficiencies.
Pass a motion to go back to where we were back in the early days.
Okay,
Thank you.
so Councillor Letwin, so were you proposing option number 2 then, that there would be continue with no amendments to the policy approved in 2022? Or did you make?
No, I did not.
Okay, there's no motions on the floor, sorry.
That was my fault.
No, that's okay. Councillor Cermak.
Yes, if I remember correctly, when we were having the debate about this, I think my major concern was the lawsuits against Clearwater County. Can we get insurance against anything like that? Because we are the owners of the hall and the property the hall sits on. So we are number 1 in line for any lawsuits if something happens.
So that depends on the ownership of the hall and the land that the county, or that the hall is on. So for the ones that, not all halls are owned by the county or on county land. The minority are actually owned by the county or on county land. Most of them are independent.
Oh, really? Because I was understanding that most of them, we own the land that they're on.
No,
Like the Evergreen one, we do. That land is ours, I understand.
There's a list in,
No?
there's a list in the agenda item.
if you want to bring it up, Jana.
And litigation's a finicky thing, like the legal opinion that was received by administration for this particular item, you know, outlines the risks, whether where Clearwater County is the owner versus not an owner. Also, whether Clearwater County is involved in the operations of the community hall, which we are not. Typically, it's a hall board. I don't even know one that we're involved in. But, I mean, you can never say never, right? Like, you can never say that there's never gonna be anybody that sues you. Anyone can sue for anything. It's up to the judge and the courts whether litigation is successful or not. So there's no guarantee, but the legal opinion is that the risk is lower if Clearwater County is not the landowner or involved in operations of those facilities.
Okay, so theoretically, we can't be sued. Yes, we can be sued, but the likelihood of it is very remote.
The likelihood is low that it will be successful, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Humphrey, go ahead, please.
Good morning, everybody. So looking at these numbers, you said those two, one of those two for the higher costs than anticipated, 245 to 480, and that one of them was Leslieville? Because it's like double the high end of that already.
I believe that's including their renovations. This was just specific to bring it up to the building codes.
Which most of that was renovations were to bring it to the code, but, okay.
That's
Just,
what
I was
we've
just
been, that's
wondering,
what
because
we
that number
are
was,
aware of.
I was like, well, Leslieville can't be in there. It was way higher than that. Okay, there was another issue that I was wanting to talk about.
Those
and
were
that
also the
was-
2024 numbers, sorry to interrupt. Those were from 2024.
Okay,
So they
yeah,
may have changed the last
quite a bit
couple of
in the
years.
last year and a half.
For sure.
Yeah, perfect. So we have the option to go more back to the model that it was being done in the past before this come up. And I get it, once we've opened that can of worms and we're aware of anything, then it's on us to fix it because of liability. Once you know about it, you have to, in all good faith, you have to go forward and fix it all. So that's where we're at now. We can't go backwards.
Yes, like I guess from a safety codes perspective, that's kind of how that's laid out.
Yeah.
Once an inspection occurs and there's issues identified, then,
You have to follow through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
but
So-
that's on a complaint or request basis.
Yeah, we've identified issues, now they have to be done, but as was mentioned by by Councillor McKay, that in here where it says that a lot of municipalities aren't going down this road.
That's correct.
And so is that an option to just, we've gotta bring them up to grade now, the ones that we've identified. But can we go to a policy back to what it used to be before this new policy was implemented going forward, where we can be like other municipalities and obviously if the people running it identify a problem, it's brought ahead and looked at. But we're not out there searching for stuff. It seems like maybe we shouldn't go looking, digging through. You can always dig bones apart,
For sure.
come up with stuff.
One of the ideas that we had for the policy is that possibly there could be funding set aside for when, a hall comes forward and is not compliant and needs assistance with funding, that maybe at that time, there could be funding available to assist in that sense, was kind of, so that we're not just helping these two and leaving the rest kind of high and dry, I guess.
Yeah.
But I don't think that would go over maybe super well. Obviously, at any time, any community hall could come to council and request funding if they're in need. But that was an option that, we kind of had discussed that, maybe that would be an alternative rather than, right now it says we're going to go out and inspect 3 halls per year. Maybe it could be more that upon a need basis, that we would then, once those deficiencies have been identified, that we would be able to assist with funding.
Yeah,
Just a suggestion.
I think that would be a good road for us to go down and, that. Leave the hall boards running the halls, they're doing a good job of it. And the county just stay out of it unless they come to us for assistance, and in that manner would be my recommendation, and we wouldn't need a county hall board or nothing like that, stay out of that. Leave the people that are doing a good job.
Yeah.
Come moving on.
No. Thank you, Councillor Humphrey. Do you have further comments? And maybe I'll just add, or maybe just get a little bit more clarification just on that topic. The community boards, or like the community halls, no inspection required until they would require a liquor license or occupancy, like a permit to host an event.
That's correct. Maybe I could ask Michael Vanderbeeren, he's the county SCO, and he could speak more in detail on that subject and how that looks. Yeah, that works.
Because from what I recall is community, they would like to host events, weddings and so on, and then the halls were restricted and said, yeah, you can't host the event. So then the community halls come to council looking for assistance because some of the upgrades were quite significant. So please.
Yeah, that's correct for the most part. Essentially, from our perspective, we would only inspect if requested by the owner, which would be the board in this case, or if we received a valid complaint from anyone. And we would assess complaints based on the nature of the written complaint. So there could be several reasons why an owner would request an inspection. One of them might be that AGLC license example. We have daycares that run out of some community halls. That would be an example. And then some just require them for insurance. In this case, less likely for community hall as the county's the insurer, but yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for that information. Deputy Reeve, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I guess just to your line of questioning there, Reeve. So these halls operated for decades, some of these close to a century, in their current condition with, minor upgrades over the years. And now we're saying that we have to spend millions of dollars? So these halls operated. So I guess my question here is that, was this policy driven by Clearwater County, or is this policy coming from outside? Because it seems like a very drastic change compared to what the norm has been for the last 100 years. Even let's say 40, 50 years. Let's not be dramatic. Let's be accurate.
Yes, please, go ahead.
I can answer some of that. Like a big change in recent history, especially post-COVID, is fire inspection requests are just becoming more frequent. So daycare licensing is making them mandatory now before issuing a license. And in the case of AGLC, they're kind of all over the map on that. We can get into that if needed, but really the type of request that's really become more common is that for another type of contract or as a condition of another type of contract, real estate deals and insurance being the big ones. So they're just more commonly requested for things that they used to never be needed for, I guess is.
Okay.
Councillor Letwin, or sorry, Deputy Reeve, do you have further questions?
I did regarding something
Okay.
else, but if we're on this, we can carry on.
It was brought forward in 2022 for grant funding. It seems like there wasn't very much grant funding given out for what it's costing these community halls. And I concur with Councillor Humphrey that if we just finish up what we've got inspected, walk away, because I don't know how Clearwater County got hit so bad with their community halls when other communities didn't go forward with this at all, and they're still operating just fine. So it seems like we've just added a big pile of, in the middle of everything here. So I'd like to finish up what we've got started. No more inspections unless it's mandatory. If these halls need a little bit of help from the county, we may as well help them because we're doing it anyway, because we're not getting enough government money, $2,500 or whatever it was per hall, like drop in a bucket, literally. We're still covering it, and the volunteers for the community halls, they're busy fundraising steady, and they're doing the hard work, and just let them keep going the way they're going. And if they need a little bit of help, we'll be there to help them, or the county. And we'll just stay out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Letwin. Thank you. Councillor Powell, please.
So I wasn't here in 2022, but when I read this correctly for this policy, CS 1003, when I go back to when I go down to it, it says principal, it says 3 community halls will be inspected annually in different geographical locations within the county, so that if one hall, et cetera, et cetera. So from my understanding, it's this policy that is activating the 3 inspections. So to go back to less overstepping, that would need to be taken out, correct? That's correct. So that would be one solution. Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
So if the buildings, if the structures aren't inspected, and then community members come forward and they want to, the AGLC license to host an event, but at that time, then they would be required to have an inspection, is that correct?
Not necessarily. If they already have a max occupant load established for that building, then that's really the main piece we're required to review, is just because in their application, they'll have a estimate of numbers attending an event. And if that, we have to cross-reference that with the max occupant load we have on record for that structure. So if there's already one established, we would just review that. If there isn't, then we would be required to calculate that and make sure it's properly posted. So we would have to be on the premises for that because it involves a bunch of measurements and calculations. And then that could potentially be where other safety codes issues might be identified.
Okay, one more. To get that maximum occupancy load, so that you're authorized for that, how long is that good for? Is it good?
It never expires. Technically, it needs to be recalculated anytime they change the layout or size of the usable space, or what we would consider the net floor space.
And they would be able to serve alcohol and
Right. The max occupant load is just the max occupant load for the structure, has nothing to do with any other use of the.
So to get a permit for AGLC to be for serving alcohol, would they have to have an additional inspection or any other permits, or?
Not from us, maybe.
Okay, so no.
I don't know all the requirements that AGLC requires, but from us, our main part is just cross-referencing that max occupant load.
Okay. Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, on page 8, I have a concern with the one or a couple of sentences in the fire code compliance. It says, if all societies wish to add new amenities they are responsible for funding these additions. Once installed, the municipality assumes responsibility for ongoing maintenance of the new amenities. If we don't own the hall or the land that it sits on, why are we responsible for the ongoing maintenance of the new amenities? Why is that in there? I just need some clarification on that statement.
Ms. Graham, go ahead, please.
So Councillor Cermak, that area is how other municipalities operate. So that's one of the municipalities that we reached out to, how they operate. So they own their halls and then they lease them to groups. And they actually do all the upgrades themselves. Their facilities department goes out and upgrades them. And if the hall wants to add something, the board is responsible to add it. But then once it's added, they do take on the responsibility of keeping it maintained.
So it's
That's
not
not
part
us.
of the fire code competency?
No, it has nothing to do with us. It's just how that specific municipality operates. That would be a lot of work if we took that on.
Okay. Okay, I understand now. Thank you.
Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Thank you. It sort of seems like everybody is of the opinion that we need to turn the clock back on this policy, and I agree. But I know administration, as mentioned earlier, there is a concern regarding liability. Now, I guess, can you help this council understand, with the exception of Farrier Hall, where we own the property in the hall, and the Hub, where we own the property in the hall, how the county could possibly be held liable for a building that we do not own on property that we do not own? It does not seem possible.
So based on the legal review, she stated right in there, if we do not own the land or the hall or have any involvement in operations, that the liability on the county is very, very low. I think I have it here, she may have said that it might even be hardly any at all.
And
So,
you're exactly correct, and that's what I'm trying to get at here, is that this entire policy and this conversation is moot. Right? There is no liability to the county for any of these halls, with the exception of Farrier, the Hub in Caroline, and Nordic.
That's right, yeah, and even Farrier, we have a
So-
lease agreement with them. So we own the land, but we have an a lease.
Right.
That we're not involved with the hall.
So why are we even concerned about this? But
Ms. Graham, go ahead.
Just to throw one thing out there, the only time that we are really concerned is if they request an inspection or have to be inspected, and then we have knowledge of problems. That is when the county, like under low liability, it says no knowledge of issues. So then if fire were to go out and inspect and there were issues, that is when the county could be held liable. But as it sits right now, though, they're either being they're being upgraded and those issues are being corrected, or they haven't been inspected.
yeah, understood, but those inspections, we demanded.
Yes, correct.
The public didn't come forth saying, hey, you need to inspect our hall. We created our own problem. So is there anything else that needs to be discussed here? Or can we just turn this back to previous policy?
Ms. Serhan has some comments. Go ahead, Ms. Serhan, please.
Yeah, so the only other thing is that the hall, the boards are listed under Clearwater County's insurance policy as additional named insured. So if they are sued, if the board is sued, it is a risk to the county because it's the county's insurance policy that provides that protection for them.
But that's through RMA, like the county isn't the insurer. So how is that liability on the county?
Well, it's the county's insurance policy, so it's because if there is a claim and the coverage is enacted, then it becomes a claim of Clearwater County under Clearwater County's insurance policy because they're listed as an additional named insured. So the risk is the premiums go up or
I see. It's a cost situation. So is that a requirement that they're insured through the county and through RMA? How did that happen if we don't own them? This is all very confusing for new members.
Yes, a little bit of history on that. I do believe council was trying to avoid hall boards dissolving and the community halls being becoming Clearwater County's responsibility to operate. So ensuring that the boards were protected in the event of litigation, council decided to add the hall boards as additional named insured on their insurance policy, and then Clearwater County covers the cost of that insurance also. The hall boards are not responsible to pay for the premiums for that insurance. Clearwater County covers the cost of those premiums.
Now, is that the only insurance? Because speaking to some of these hall board members, they have their own policies as well. So have we unnecessarily added them to
I'm not
our
aware of
insurance?
any that have their own insurance policies.
I'll
There,
have to get some clarification on that, but.
yeah, the liability insurance is the premiums are paid by Clearwater County. They are also given the option to have property insurance or bond and crime insurance through Clearwater County's policy, and those are done on a cost recovery basis. So some of them have their property insured through Clearwater County also, and but they cover the cost of those premiums.
So at the time, did we look at the possibility of just funding the cost of their insurance rather than putting them on our insurance like that?
That was an option given to council of the day, and they chose not to do that.
This isn't getting less confusing.
Can I just add something?
Yeah, oh, yes,
Just
Director,
for
please go ahead.
clarification, I did want to add, just adding on to Rhonda's point, that just because the halls are added as an additionally named and insured does not, on its own, create liability for the county. So it might
Litigation
increase,
liability.
yeah, it might increase
Litigation
the
liability,
premium, but
yeah.
not, it doesn't actually make the county more liable because we have them as an additionally named and insured.
Thank you for the clarification.
So from what I recall back, just after COVID, there was many community members that were involved with the community halls. There was a level of frustration that, to find funding, to be able, like a lot of community halls are aged and dated in the region. So to be able to get the funding to be able to get them upgraded, a lot of this was to assist them so that, like Ms. Serhan said, so they don't become insolvent in the future, so that we can still have community halls in Clearwater County. But I do have one question. So once they have their maximum occupancy permit, no more inspections required, why would they ever request an inspection then? If you have a few examples.
So more recent example, Dover Court, because they did renovations, they were required to have that recalculated. Because they would have changed their layout and they actually changed some exit capacity in as well, which factors into it. Regarding the community halls, I can't off the top of my head think of another reason they would request, but again, there's always, at any time, we could be forced to do an inspection based off of a complaint. It could be something as simple as the public claiming that the fire extinguishers were all expired, to barricaded exits, to like just general misuse of the building, maintenance deferred. So at any point, we could have to go inspect any building based off complaint. So that would be the biggest.
Okay. Councillor Humphrey, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. What I'm wondering about now, how many halls have we inspected?
Michael might be able to speak to that better. He did provide a list of all the ones that we have inspected or have historically
Which is more,
inspected.
have we inspected more than we haven't inspected?
We've inspected less. Percentage-wise, I think it's under 50%, but it's all the biggest ones that have been inspected for the most part.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, like, so, there's kind of two parts to this. There's the ones we've inspected prior to this whole COVID initiating inspections, that it requested inspections prior for various reasons. The ones that were inspected specifically due to the policy to date would be Leslieville, Dovercourt, Condor, Nordegg, and I think that's it. Oh, and Caroline Hub.
So of the ones that we've inspected, how many had deficiencies?
I'm pretty sure all of them had deficiencies. The only outstanding deficiencies, because they were outside of a fire SEO scope, were the Leslieville, Caroline, and Dovercourt, I believe. Condor had deficiencies initially, but those were resolved without any engineer needing to do a bunch of alterations.
Okay, so they were a minimal cost.
Correct.
So here's my question now, because the can of worms has been opened. Where does that put us if we don't follow through and inspect all the rest? Once we've started inspecting them, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Does that put us on a liability basis if we go back to, hey, if your hall already, I understand that if you have your hall's good for 100 people, and so you already have the number you need, you're not gonna have any problems as long as your function is under the 100 people when you go for your permits, you're fine, cause your hall's already good for 100. And if you want to do any upgrades, so whether you're changing the size or if you're just doing, hey, we need to upgrade it and bring it up to to a more modern look, and they wanna do that, does that that process kicks in the inspection as well, right? As soon as you do modifications, upgrades?
Not necessarily from us, so I guess before going any further, I should just clarify. Often when you're hearing the term fire code from members of the public or building owners, they're actually talking about one of the codes that isn't fire code, so any of the regulations under the Safety Codes Act, which could be, it's usually building code they're referring to, but it could be electrical code, plumbing codes, gas codes. All of those SCOs, the Safety Codes Officer is responsible for all those disciplines, do their job before the work is completed, during the work being completed, prior to occupancy. Really where fire SEOs come in is post-occupancy. So we're essentially, the fire code really, if you just think of it as a manual for building use, that's really our role. So where this has all kind of gotten complicated is if buildings haven't pulled appropriate permits during construction, then they haven't been inspected by the appropriate SEOs during construction. When we come in to do what should be just inspecting for use and maintenance of the building, and we're identifying obvious building code deficiencies, that's where it gets a lot more complicated. It's kind of outside of our scope to properly identify the risk and properly give them direction and timelines on that. That's where a lot of the halls, well, mainly I guess Leslieville and Dovercourt were. Really, we should only be inspecting on that request or complaint. And again, it's usually due to events. It's not, there's not even anything that says prior to occupancy of a building, fire has to inspect it in our jurisdiction. That's not in our quality management plan. So what's often getting called the occupancy permit is supposed to be the building safety code officer final inspection, giving permission to now occupy. In some cases, actually a lot of cases, that's never occurred because the buildings were built without permits and they weren't properly inspected by the other disciplines. So kind of playing catch up, but it's fire SEO is often identifying essentially illegal structures, and then we're trying to play catch up.
Is there a lot of the fire codes that were in place, 30 years ago that have changed today from what they were 30 years ago?
The building codes, and again, like fire code's been pretty consistent throughout, and fire code again is pretty limited scope. That's the use and maintenance of the building. All the codes do have regular updates every 5 years, but really there hasn't, the issues we're identifying, they're not due to updated codes. Those code requirements have been pretty consistent from like back into the 80s from
Okay,
what I've been told.
so they
by
haven't
building officials.
changed?
No,
a
They
huge
have, but that's playing a limited role as far as the deficiencies and violations being identified.
Okay. So where does that leave us then if, going forward, if we were to go back prior to 22? Sounds like that would be a move that would be okay, because as the halls identified, hey, we think we might have an issue here, they would identify it, get a hold of the safety codes officer, who would go out and do an inspection if they identified a problem. Is that how that process would work?
Yes, I believe so, for sure. I mean, like you mentioned earlier, at any point, if there's a complaint or a concern, they can request an inspection or, need it for other requirements. And as for the policy, there's always this emergent hall funding policy is there for halls for those larger, upgrades or things they need to do, drilling a new water well or, things like that, that kind of are unexpected possibly. So they could apply through that policy, for those types of activities or upgrades they need to do.
Okay.
Councillor Levin, go ahead, please.
Excuse me if I'm wrong here, but basically, if you're going to do renovations to a building that's open to the public or whatever, you'd need a building inspector, you'd need electrical inspector, and you'd need a gas fitting or whatever inspector or plumbing inspector. And no different than building a house, to get a mortgage. So that would be separate from safety services here, dedicating population in that hall, exit routes, et cetera, for safety, for fire code. Is that correct?
Yeah, all of those other disciplines would inspect the plans initially and then the construction up to finishing. And assuming that all of those disciplines have been properly involved, the building should be perfect as far as ready for the occupancy that it was originally intended to be for. There shouldn't be any issues with like the exits and whatnot, like
What I'm hearing is a lot of those buildings didn't receive inspections for the gas, the electrical. They weren't previously inspected at the time of construction, so they don't have those electrical inspections, and that's what you've identified, or when fire goes through, they've identified that they didn't have those
Correct.
inspections complete.
Yes, is it on? Yes, in some cases, and again, these disciplines are kind of outside of our scope, but it is within our scope to identify when there's obvious other discipline violations, and so we still have to identify them.
Yeah.
But as far as resolving them and giving direction on how to properly fix those violations, that would be beyond our scope. But yes, that's essentially what's occurring here.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it's getting clearer as we have this discussion, so. Are there any other further comments? Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, if you recall, years ago, we used to have the bull busting in Caroline. It was going on for, I think, 12 years. And then one year, when we applied for our liquor license out there, because I was on the board then, just out of the blue, the fire department said they needed to do an inspection. And that's when we got granted that year. And then they said if we didn't do the upgrades, there would be no more bull busing until the upgrades were done. And that's where that hall sits right now, still waiting for upgrades. And that was just because we applied for a liquor license after we had received one for 10 years. And then all of a sudden, we went in and did an inspection. I don't believe there was any complaints or anything. It was just for the liquor license, if I recall.
Yeah, and I wouldn't have been involved in that one, but from what I recall, just based off reviewing that file, what I believe occurred is that AGLC license came across a fire SCO's desk, and they kind of did a double take based on the anticipated numbers and what they knew about the building. So they wanted to site inspect to confirm that the exit capacity was actually sufficient for that crowd size, and they determined it wasn't even close to sufficient for that crowd size, which is why.
Yeah, I just wanted the rest of council to know why that hasn't been going on and how that came to the reason why it's not going on today. And that you're looking at multi-thousands of dollars to bring that hall up to the specs that it has to be at. And I understand that it could be going on this year. I'm not involved in it right at the moment, but it's of interest to me because it's great for that community to have that back, that bull busing back. It brings a lot of money into the community, and it really increases the community spirit out there of having that when all the community gets together. It'd be really nice to have it back again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cermak. It's been a really good discussion here this morning, but I think at this time we're just going to take a short recess and we'll be back at 10 o'clock. Welcome back from our recess. Carrying on in item 4.1 of today's agenda regarding Emergent Facility Infrastructure Grant for Community Hall Policy. Be opening up the floor for comments, discussion, motions. Councillor Powell.
Just a question for administration. So there is money set aside for the halls currently if there was any help needed in budget, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So for 2026, I believe it was just around $400,000 that is budgeted to assist the community halls with these upgrades. So currently, we have paid Leslieville and Dovercourt to assist with the cost associated with these upgrades.
Okay, great. So then, I don't know, from listening to the rest of the councillors speak, it sounds like the section in here where we are the ones triggering the inspection maybe is what needs to be removed. I understand that there will be inspections that happen that could be triggered by other things, but maybe that Clearwater County is triggering the inspection, in my opinion, does need to be removed.
Yeah, it could be possibly there, to have 3 community hall inspections annually may be a little bit, a little bit of an aggressive policy because, if those community halls, the inspections, we're meant to modernize and upgrade so that we do have safe buildings in the community, but maybe 3 is a little bit on the, maybe it's too many. Councillor Humphrey?
Yes, that being that we've identified, and it has been identified that as we've inspected the existing halls, there has been deficiencies. So going forward, we should inspect the rest, but perhaps, like you said, not at 3 per year. Maybe we could set it up at a lesser scale and maybe go forward with inspecting one every year or 2 until we work through them that way. And the hall boards could approach us with if they'd like to be next in line to have their hall inspected.
Yeah, no, very good comments. Thanks, Councillor Humphrey. Deputy Reeve, go ahead, please.
Thank you. This is a tough one because initiating these inspections, I think that definitely means that we need to follow through with taking control of these projects. If we're going to say that this has to be done, we need to make sure that all the proper permits are in place, and we need to make sure that the work's being done properly, and we need to make sure that when it's finished, it's not gonna have to be done again. So do we, as Clearwater County, have the capacity to do that, right? If we're forcing somebody to do something, are we following through? Is that policy in place? And is there other measures that need to be put in place to ensure that that happens?
I think to your point, currently we already do assist them quite a bit. Obviously, we provide the engineer that goes out and does an inspection, and we work with the engineer to help with the project managing of it, which has kind of been an unintended consequence maybe. So we do assist already with that. But one thing that we have discussed, that if there was the policy was to be revised, we would add a procedure to the policy just to more clearly identify the process and the requirements from the hall side too, because as you mentioned, the permits, to make sure that the proper permits are being pulled or that we're being sent them to ensure that at the end of the day, like you said, the hall is fully up to code and that we're not funding something and then still not having a hall that's to code.
No, rather than utilizing expensive third-party engineering firm for that, do we have someone with the expertise in-house? It just seems like we're spending a lot of money on this particular engineering gentleman. And maybe that could somehow be mitigated.
Were you gonna add to that, Michael?
I can add that I do know that there are certain criteria in the building code that require a professional, which would be the engineer, to essentially be involved in the.
Right, for sure, but once those plans have been approved and the process has begun, do we need to pay an engineer to be the project manager? right? Like it's almost an administrative position that maybe we don't need to pay $1,000 or $2,500 a day guy to do. I don't know.
I don't know why it's not working. Yeah, I don't think that we would necessarily have to pay the engineer to project manage it, which I don't believe currently he does parts of it, and we do parts of it, which makes it
Confusing?
kind of confusing and convoluted on our side, because we're involved, but we're not, but it's not our hall, but then we have to work with the engineer and the hall board, and it does get a bit complicated, on our side of things, and how much involvement we have and don't have. So it would be nice to streamline that process more to be consistent and so that it's not as convoluted and up for interpretation like it is currently.
So currently, I think we're all looking at option number 1 here, to have this policy brought back with changes based on this discussion. And I think that clarity is one of the words that needs to be taken away from here, that there needs to be clear and concise steps to be followed within this policy, right? And that's gonna, A, it's gonna make it easier for the hall boards, and B, it's gonna save taxpayers a pile of money.
For sure, and I think we'd appreciate adding the clarity in there as well from our side of things. And then I guess just from council's standpoint for our clarity, I guess when it comes to the inspections, do we want to leave the 3 inspections in there, or do we?
No.
Okay, I don't know, just from our, so we know how to properly include that aspect of it, because like the whole clarity in the process, 100%, we're happy to work through that and add that in, but we just need the clarity on the inspections and how you want those triggered,
I
or,
think we definitely learned that 3 a year isn't affordable, right? That's not something we can take on. Now, whether, I don't know what the number is, but it's definitely not 3 a year.
I do have a comment. Do you have further comments, Deputy Reeve? No, you're good. That's been great discussion. I do have one question for, do we have any feedback from the community halls regarding this policy? Ms. Graham, I see.
yes, we do. I'll let Sydney touch on it since she's been working more closely with them.
Okay.
The feedback has been fairly negative, I would say. Obviously, that's putting a huge strain on our community members, huge costs. They're losing revenues while their halls are shut down. It's not really a community supportive policy
Okay.
from my perspective. So the halls that have had to go through this, it's not been a good. They've done a good job. They're doing what they have been forced to have to do, but it's not a fair policy to the community hall groups.
Okay, that is very good feedback. Thank you very much for that. And I don't think the policies was intended to be that way. However, that was the result of this policy. So thank you very much for the feedback on that. So I am seeing some consensus to maybe maybe amending some amendments to this policy. If any council or committee members would propose any amendments. Deputy Reeve McKay?
Just a real quick question for clarity. It was mentioned there's economic strain being put on these halls. So we're not funding these projects that we're sort of dictating be done?
Not fully.
Okay,
And then because the inspection triggers deficiencies with the code, there's also other building code deficiencies
right,
that,
understood.
and those expenses, and some of them will continue to, or add in renovations while they're, working on the hall. So that obviously adds additional expenses. There's, a lot of these ones currently have had renovations, which have triggered the code, and so with the cost of the renovation, on top of the additional items to bring the hall up to code, has kind of inflated the entire expenses incurred.
Right, and renovations are a separate thing. Obviously, hall boards will fundraise for that, or they'll come in as a delegation and request funding, however that works. But I guess just to be clear, if it's something that we're initiating, and if that initiating our inspection causes further work to be done, it kind of seems like we should be picking up the tab for at least that portion of it.
Yeah, and that's another thing that we want to add in for clarity is some sort of a cost share. Like, are we doing a 60-40 split? Are we funding 100% of any expenses incurred due to the inspection? That's also something that's not currently very clear.
I see.
Yeah.
So what has it been, like, can you give us an example of?
I
One
don't
of
know,
the
Cindy, do you
ones
want to touch
that's
on
been completed?
specifically?
So, sorry, I didn't.
No, Ms. Graham, go ahead, please.
Thank you.
Yep, go ahead.
So the two halls that have completed the renovations, they apply for the funding. The one, I kind of came in after they had begun that process, but since I've been here, they've applied for just specific things that they needed. And the other one kind of sent in an application that was like, this is our entire cost, and asked for kind of as much as we could give them. We didn't fund all of it, and it's under renovation, so there's an opportunity to send more funding to them, absolutely, if council would like that. But it just depends on the hall and how they choose. They have to apply for the funding. It's not automatically sent to them.
Yeah, there could be many variables that would go from one hall to the other. Deputy Reeve, go ahead, please.
Well, I just think that that speaks more to needing to take a more direct control to these projects. If we're initiating the work, then I think we need to fund it and we need to control it 100%.
Saying that that would have to become a condition of the funding that we provide then. That we would be the ones managing it.
I don't see how it can't be, honestly.
Well, and that's where there has, like you were mentioning earlier with the permitting, because that's not clearly laid out,
Yeah.
right? Currently, they're not sending us the permits as they're going forth with their work. So that's something we need to include.
How are they not, though? That doesn't even.
So there needs to be a little bit more clarity on this funding agreement. Deputy, okay, so CAO Emmons, did you have comments or?
I was just gonna add, because of the different dynamics of each of these halls, some we own the land, some we don't, some we own the building, some we don't. To project manage someone else's building on someone else's property becomes difficult. Therefore, the only way I could see an avenue that wouldn't be more convoluted would be to make it a condition of the grant from council. If successful in the funding, that's a condition of the funding. And then they accept those terms, would be my thought.
So with the, I think there's maybe a consensus or a desire here to amend this, but even with, by the time you get engineering cost estimates, and like Councillor Humphrey indicated, there may be some community halls that would voluntarily want to have an inspection completed just to be able to modernize their building, but maybe one inspection, and with the time frame, everything takes so long to complete, maybe one hall every 2 years. That way the municipality would actually have the capacity to assist one community hall to address the non-compliance, or whether it was gas or electrical, but properly to take the time. Ms. Serhan?
Oh, sorry, Jana. You could put it that you wouldn't start another inspection until the last one is complete. You would
Excellent.
not put a 2-year timeline in it.
Right, no, absolutely. Thank you very much, Ms. Serhan, because really you could compound, you could have quite, it's shown that it can compound the cumulative effect. One community hall gets shut down and then another one and another one, and really there's no focus being given to any one at one point in time to really get them modernized and up to code. So maybe it might be appropriate to reduce this down to maybe one community hall, and just as Ms. Serhan has said, inspect that hall, and then when it's then compliant, we could move on to the next inspection. And there may be community halls that would, voluntarily actually really do want to have a inspection so that they're modernized and do meet all the modern code. So, and Director Newkirk, please.
Just for clarification, would you want it to be kind of on a, request basis? Or would it be more like we would actually have a list of halls and, okay, this one's next up, and then go to that one? Or would it be more on if they would like an inspection or not?
I think, well, there's that option. I mean, there's still the opportunity for the community halls to have an inspection, but on that as requested, there's still that due diligence that would be done. We're still, Clearwater County is still willing to assist the community halls and go through the process. But it's not being heavy-handed or forced, but it's definitely there to assist them. Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Could it be worded simply that, if no halls come forward, then the county will just pick based on, what was it based on before? Occupancy, I believe.
I think it was pretty random. Maybe on the size, like I think they did try and the
Right.
larger halls first and then kind of go
Yeah,
into the
so
smaller
we
ones,
could
so.
continue with that trend.
Yeah.
If no hall comes forward, Clearwater County will continue based on occupancy. And no second hall renovations or inspection will begin before that one is complete.
For sure. Yep, we can word something like that, include in the policy, for sure.
Ms. Graham, go ahead.
So with that philosophy moving forward, is council comfortable if there's something in there that if one hall is currently being renovated and another hall were to have to be renovated, could we start a second one then? Or do we have to make that hall pause, which could potentially cause them to have to close? If there was, for an example, a complaint filed about the hall, and then they had to do the upgrades, but we were already working on one. On an emergent basis, can we do multiple halls?
I think on a case, yeah, there's always a unique situation that arises. There's really always a unique situation, but I think there could be some leniency included in there to address that in the event that something like that was to happen. Councillor Letwin?
Yes, I think so, because if it's a safety liability issue, or whatever, then council will definitely have to look at it and consider which direction to go from there. Thank you.
I think what I'm seeing here is the committee wants to allow flexibility for the community halls. Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Yeah, this policy is just speaking to the ones where we initiate it, right? That's all this policy covers. So if there was a hall board or resident filed complaint that required upgrades, that wouldn't really fall under this policy, would it? Like, certainly the way it reads now, we'd have to really change the way this policy is built to allow for both of those things to exist in the same policy, would we not? Or am I?
Yeah, from the information that was presented earlier, that could be one of the items that would initiate an inspection would be a complaint. But, or it could be a, voluntary request for an inspection from a community hall.
Right, but we just have to capture that in the wording of this policy, right? Because right now we're saying that it's either a hall comes forward or we'll pick one. We'd have to add also if there is, well, I don't know what the proper wording for that is, an emergency. Yeah.
Yeah, just have, I see what you're, yeah, no, I think, just to have the maximum amount of clarity in this community hall funding agreement is, go ahead, please.
Sorry, yeah, I was just gonna say, from our perspective, we like the idea of leaving it open to request and not pre-committing to the next in-line hall, because then it does allow for that, if we do get requested to inspect the hall and there's significant issues, we can at least tell the building owners, there's this thing you can apply from. There's this money you can apply for from the county next year, or when the current hall is over. So I think that's wise to leave it open and not pre-commit to a long line of halls.
Yes, excellent. Thank you very much. So are there any, the floor is open for motions or further discussion or amendments to this proposed? Councillor Powell?
With the discussion that's happened, can we just make a motion to have staff bring back policies based on discussion? Yeah, for sure. I'll make that motion.
Okay. Thank you for the motion, Councillor Powell. We do have a motion on the floor. Go ahead, Ms. Thompson.
Good morning, Reeve and committee. Thank you. I just want to, for a minute's sake, can I clarify the changes?
Yes, please.
That the committee recommend the following policy or the following changes to the policy. Hall inspections would primarily be on a as requested basis. If no requests are brought forward, Clearwater County may initiate an inspection. If a project is underway for inspection upgrades, a second will not be undertaken until the prior is completed unless in an emergent situation.
Yeah, I think you've captured this. You've captured the discussion that's taken place, in my opinion. Councillor Humphrey? Okay. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor from Council Member Powell that staff will bring this policy back with the amendments as discussed. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you very much for all the time.
Thank you guys for the good discussion.
Do we need a motion on the committee?
Yes, actually, yes, there is the committee section as well. Yeah, I shouldn't get ahead of myself. So we can move on to the committee portion now.
Sorry.
We'll open the floor up for discussion or possibly motions at this time. Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to make the motion that that committee proceed with option 4, remain status quo with no county hall board.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the motion.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, if
Director.
that's, I'm good with that.
Okay. I'm seeing no discussion or comments from the committee at this time. Deputy Reeve, do you have more comments? Your light's on, but
Sorry.
no. Seeing none, so we have a motion on the floor from Deputy Reeve McKay that we remain status quo with no county hall board. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Okay. Now moving on to, thank you again. Moving on to item 5.1 in today's agenda on page 15, restricted surplus. And I'll pass the floor over to Ms. Serhan for this agenda item.
Good morning, committee. So before you, we have kind of some background information about restricted surplus and transfer estimates for 2025. So I'm just going to work through the presentation. The first page you'll see are the additions and use in 2025. I should have had the budget number in front of me, but I don't. But it's much smaller than the budgeted number of transfers out in 2025. We'll go through those in more detail in the financial statement presentation at the end of April, but some of them are work that's being carried forward into 2026 and others are coming in under budget. Okay, so moving into the PowerPoint presentation, I'm just going to talk a little bit about restricted surplus, unrestricted surplus, and the first slide here is the term surplus. What is it? I think when we hear the term surplus, we think extra or additional. In the financial statements, that's not entirely what this word means. Surplus as a whole is the equity that's held in Clearwater County, and it's broke into 3 subcategories. So the first one is equity in tangible capital assets. So this is the amortized value of the assets that have been constructed or purchased by Clearwater County. So if you have a bridge that's in its first year, of course, the value of that bridge is quite high. And as Clearwater County uses that bridge and it eats up its useful life, that value will inherently decrease and to a point where that bridge needs to be replaced. Restricted surplus is the equity in Clearwater County outside of the equity in tangible capital assets that have been restricted by council in one way or another for future spending. And in that first page there is a list of all the different restricted surplus accounts, and their title should in some way indicate what that money has been, or that equity has been set aside to accomplish. There's also a small amount through policy kept in unrestricted surplus that is not identified as a funding source for any projects. And that dollar amount is set at $100,000 year over year, is set into unrestricted surplus. The next slide is restricted surplus. So restricted surplus are the assets such as cash, accounts receivable, and inventory, less any outstanding liabilities that the county has at the end of the year. That's the formula to come up with that dollar amount. At December 31st, 2024, council had restricted surpluses in 24 accounts and one account in a due from for future sales in Nordegg, sitting in a negative balance. The total inclusive of the negative balance account was $110,904,136. Oh, and $110,000, my mistake, in unrestricted surplus. You can see the breakdown of those accounts in note 12 of the financial statements every year. So some of the background, municipalities are held to a different standard than other levels of government in that they cannot run a deficit. So each year's spending must have a funding source, and the funding source can be current year's tax revenue, past year's tax revenue, which is restricted and unrestricted surplus. That's how those dollars are accumulated, or debenture financing loans. So past councils have been specific in the project that the funds are identified to fund, the reason there are so many restricted surplus accounts. That being said, a council may decide to reallocate these funds for any project they wish at any time through a motion. Past councils have placed each restricted surplus account into one of 4 categories. And we'll look at each of these categories now. So the first one is operational restricted surplus accounts. So these are things that fund things that flow through operations. So flyover project for GIS, reclamation of gravel pits, and emergency preparedness. Emergency preparedness was last accessed for a fire flood event year, 2 events, 1 year, and are awaiting grant funds to be reimbursed to Clearwater County for expenditures that the province issued grants for. Once those funds are received, it will be topped up to $2 million, which is what is kept in this fund to fund future emergencies. So the next category is standard programs and services. These are funds that are used to carry out Clearwater County's core services and core annual services, I should caveat that, and include gravel road rehab, information technology equipment, construction, fleet, ag and fire equipment, landfill cell development, surface road rehab, and bridge reconstruction. These projects' average budget over the next 10 years is $19 million plus for annually. So these are projects that happen year over year. Gravel road rehab, there's projects that happen every year. Bridge reconstruction happens every year. Fleet replacement, fire fleet replacement happens every year. On the next slide, it shows those broke down, the costs that have been identified over the next 10 years, amounting to $196 million, so $19.6 million required annually. So when budgets are being set, above operational costs, $19.6 million needs to be generated in revenue, or ultimately, I guess, financed through debt or restricted surplus for the ongoing costs of rebuilding the infrastructure cyclically. there isn't a year that these funds aren't required to keep the life cycle continuous for these projects. So debt financing isn't really recommended for these because you would be required to have that amount the next year also, if that makes sense. Restricted surplus account category number 3 is non-annualized priorities. So these are priorities that there wouldn't be enough life cycle to invest in these every year. So money is set aside in anticipation of a project coming in the future. So again, these are Clearwater County's non-annualized priorities. These items are fewer in number and the life cycles are longer, so there aren't projects in this category year over year. The items included in this category are broadband, water, sewer, gravel purchase, rec and school funds mandated through legislation during subdivision for green space, solid waste, and one fund particular to West Country roads. And the fourth category is facilities and land development. Again, these are funds that are used to carry out Clearwater County's facility and land development priorities. These are also non-annualized in that the life cycles do not determine that a project needs to be done each year to keep up with the replacement of these assets. So I'm just going to stop there for a minute to see if there's questions or comments on any of those.
I'm not seeing any comments at this time, Ms. Serhan.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
Yes, Mr. Sergeant, the second largest expense or restricted surplus is administration facilities. What facilities are those? That's just about 17 million.
So those actually should be named, I pulled those out of the financial statements, and on the actual account is operations and administration facilities. So that's the dollars that were set aside by past councils to replace the multiple facilities that administration and shops are run out of within the town of Rocky, and amalgamating them or combining them into one facility at a different location.
So we have 17 million set aside for a central building that would house all of us together instead of the 5 that we've got right now.
Correct. I don't have the projected use of those over the next 4 years indicated in this presentation. I do plan on bringing back after council discussion to the next council meeting to kind of go over that also and identify any additional surpluses that were found within 2025's financial statements so that council can restrict those funds to whatever project. The other, I think the amount of projects that council wish to accomplish in the next 4 years, those funds were being used, were being taken out of that restricted surplus to fund other projects within the next 4 years. However, it's always council's purview to change the priorities, the projects, the funding sources of any of those projects. Only 2026 has been approved for expenditure, the projects that are noted in the 2026 capital budget.
Do you have any further comments, Councillor Cermak?
Yes, I do.
Oh, go ahead, please.
Seeing that this is the second largest line in our restricted surplus, maybe I'm out of line here and maybe I shouldn't be asking this question, but we have 5 facilities right now, 5 independent buildings that we have across our county with the addition to the one in Caroline that just happened in January 1. I would really like to know what our expenses are to keep these 5 up and running compared to what it would be if we only had one facility. I just was looking into what we spend on administration and cleaning and stuff that we do in our buildings and the extra manpowers we use on our heated storage and our people that look after our stuff to keep it up in shape, our mechanics. It looks like we spend about $1 million a year just in quick figures in my head, and I could be out to lunch. But that's a lot of money that we're spending that we could put towards this and have a facility that we're all together.
I'll maybe turn that over to Director Hansen. Thanks for joining us, Director Hansen.
Yeah, no, whenever we start talking about restricted surplus, my ears start to burn there. I couldn't resist and come and see you guys. Good morning.
Well,
So yeah, happy to talk about the operations admin facility. So what you're kind of alluding to, maybe there's a couple of different phases or extents of reviews that we can do when it comes to looking at the operational costs of our facilities and then projecting what it would look like in a consolidated facility. We've done at least 3 needs assessments on the organization, so that would include looking at all of our operational capacity here, everything from staff numbers versus workspace to what it would look like in another facility, and those types of the ability to, what some of the things that are not accounted for would be that eventually, like, do you need 5 front-end administrative offices, right? So we have, public works infrastructure, we have front-end service, the emergency services, you have front-end, you have ag services, you have front-end. Those would be likely not required to that extent, it's hard to calculate because you would have to speculate what that would be, and that would be more of an in-depth review. During our facilities tour there, I provided you all the, basically our operational costs from contracted services to electricity, power, and I believe it was about $500,000 is what it would cost us for just the bare bones operations to keep these facilities running. And, we're projecting that it would be about 2/3 of that if it was in a consolidated facility. That's just very high level without any extensive research. If you wanted to go further into a more comprehensive study, I would recommend that you would actually, there has been some changes, with the addition of the new public works infrastructure building down there. That wasn't included in the last infrastructure review. That was actually a result of the last review. So if this council wanted a fresh look at that, that would be something we would have to probably bring in contracted services to assist with, to give a more comprehensive summary of an inventory of what we have and what it would look like if it was consolidated.
Yeah, and just to further that, if we could sell all of that, we would, our buildings that we have, that would bring in new business to Rocky Mountain House if we sold these. That would give us some capital to build wherever we wish, and we would have one central place. I can just see just a big cost savings over the next 10 years if we had one central place and how much more efficient we could run. I don't know how you can put a dollar figure to efficiency. I guess you can, but it's not my wheelhouse, that's for sure. Maybe it's yours.
Well, it is not my area of expertise. I said we would have to bring in, like, we have the data to support that, like, for existing costs to operate. It's tougher to project, what efficiencies would be created and what other partnerships, because, but a lot of times what's happened historically is that every good idea balloons into, well, let's include RCMP, let's include school division, let's include the town, those are the types of things that really start taking an idea and then ballooning the overall capital expense, and then also some of the desire and those partnerships have never been able to come to fruition. So with a clear scope of what this council wanted to see, we could definitely do something like that, to do a consolidation comparison, but we just have to resource to do it.
it would definitely be a savings zone.
Certainly in the long term, right? There's no way that we can, there's a couple of things. There would be the financial efficiency with a new facility. You're going to get the efficiency in that in newer construction. Not having the footprint and the front end receptions, the duplication of services. And I don't want to pick on front end reception because that's not fair. There's other duplication of services that more efficiencies would be found if we were in a consolidated facility. There's, to what extent, that would have to be through design. So it'd be harder to put a number on those.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to kind of plant the seed so that everybody was clear, or have an idea of what's actually happening here. Thank you.
I do see some questions from the committee, but I do have one question, Ms. Serhan. For Caroline surplus, like after amalgamation, it's been identified of roughly maybe nearly $30 million to upgrade infrastructure in the new hamlet of Caroline. So would it be sort of fair to say that we have nearly a $27 or a $30 million shortfall?
Yeah, depending on what that actual number comes in at for the deficit of the infrastructure there. The surplus is coming from the hamlet is $2.5 million, so.
Yeah, and staff and our preliminary numbers to council for consideration of budget, but at these point, from the information that the committee had received from previous presentations, it was around $30 or $35 million, sort of a low level, so that there's $2.5 million roughly sitting here, so there's a significant shortfall there. And I was also just wondering I know there's discussions of node development, Saunders, Lexo, Waco, but I'm just wondering if there's any fund in here to accommodate, possible water, sanitary, roadway upgrades, communication upgrades that would maybe be needed. I know in the area structure plans, it does indicate that there would be significant infrastructure that would be needed to be funded. I was just wondering if that would also be another shortfall that's also not in here.
Yeah, there's been funds earmarked for those projects.
Okay. Thank you very much for that information. I guess lastly, there's been quite a bit of discussion in the community for actually a few years now for seniors housing in the southern portion of the community. And there are grants for one-third from the municipal, provincial, and funding streams from the federal government. But I know land could be used for the one-third for the municipality to support construction of a affordable seniors housing complex. But again, I don't see any funding here, so would that also be another shortfall?
Correct. It would, again, it all depends on council's priorities, that even though, and maybe we'll talk about that next, is that having these restricted surplus accounts be so specific makes it difficult for council, I believe, in funding the priorities that they see in the short-term future. So maybe making those categories or making the restricted surplus accounts down to those 4 categories might be easier for council to redirect funds to their priorities. So I wouldn't mind hearing council discuss that a little bit. But maybe we'll answer some more questions before we talk about that a little bit.
No, and thank you very much for staff and yourself, Ms. Serhan, for bringing this, for the discussion and that's taking place here. Councillor, I'm not sure who was first, but Councillor Letwin, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Mr. Emmons, regarding Councillor Shermack's comments about operational and administration facilities there. When that's operational, is that the actual solid facilities or the operations that run out of those facilities?
No, that's the actual construction of those facilities. Those funds have been earmarked for the future construction of those facilities, the operational facilities and administration facilities. So some of the operational facilities would be heated storage or a mechanics bay or storage for equipment.
Right, and we have those, so that would be considered like in the hamlet of Leslieville, as well as Condor.
Well, currently, the funds that are earmarked are for future construction, so wherever council
Needs it.
decided to
But
use
if we were
those
to
funds.
combine them all into one in the whole county, then, and sell the outside ones off, we'd have to run all our equipment out of the local one here then.
Well, I don't think that was past council's vision at all. I think it's the facilities that are within, currently within the town of Rocky Mountain House.
Okay, thank you.
Director Hansen, do you have, no, okay. I'll move over to Councillor Powell. I don't know, again, Councillor Powell, go ahead, please.
Thanks. I was going to comment on the seniors housing too. I didn't see a breakdown for that. But currently, how much money is there in unrestricted surplus? We're talking about restricted, but how about unrestricted?
Just 110,000.
That's what I thought. And then my next question for you would be the revenue stabilization account.
Yeah, it says zero.
Yeah.
There-
What
so,
is that? Can you just give a description of normally what that would be used for?
Past councils had a fund called revenue stabilization in anticipation of some of our industries maybe declining, so that our revenue would, from industry would decline to offset maybe tax hikes to other industry or residential, to provide the same level of service that Clearwater residents or ratepayers are currently getting, to keep that level of service up and not having to like have a huge increase in 1 year.
So it was like a safety account.
Yes,
That's what I thought. Thanks. And it is currently at zero.
currently at zero, yeah. You're welcome.
Deputy Reeve, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. I guess just to echo your comments, the idea of moving to a central hub, doing something with those funds, unfortunately, that's not a possibility for this council or even the next council. I think we all realize that any and all surplus that we have is going to be used for projects such as the upgrades in Caroline, as discussed earlier. It's too bad that we're in that position, but that's a position that we're in. So I'm not entirely sure why we're entertaining pipe dreams, but yeah. I think we need to get those numbers for the costs of the upgrades that are required in Caroline, that we are required to perform as per the MGA before we even begin discussing anything else. Thank you.
Okay, are there any further comments? Mr. Hand, do you have any additional information on this item?
Yeah, just finalizing it, the presentation, restricted and unrestricted surplus coming from the hamlet of Caroline again is 2.5 million. The ice plant project is earmarked to come from this fund, and several projects in the near future will continue to require funding. And they're listed here, like not limited to, but including wastewater projects, the water and wastewater line replacement, as well as road and infrastructure projects. The different accounts signal to other stakeholders that Clearwater has a plan for the restricted surplus. However, council could choose to amalgamate some of the accounts to make it more efficient in using the funds for project categories and less transactions within the GL to track each of these accounts. Administration will bring back a motion for movement of these funds to the next council meeting based on the discussion and decision of the committee today, as well as any changes coming from adjustments made during audit. So as the transactions you're seeing, again, are preliminary numbers. Our audit team is on site this week, and financial statements come to council the second meeting in April to finalize. There will be some restricted some surpluses, additional surpluses to be allocated prior to approving of the financial statements at that meeting. So administration looks forward to hearing if council wishes to keep the accounts the same, if there's any changes required, or how they would like to see the accounts look when the allocation agenda item comes to council, likely next council meeting, the first meeting in April. And yeah, I just would love to hear council's thoughts on that.
Okay. I do have one question,
Yep.
maybe for Director Hansen. Just regarding timelines, like what are the obligations and the timelines for Clearwater County to meet the requirements for water and sanitary upgrades in the Hamlet to Caroline for the lagoon upgrades that are required? And because $2.5 million is there's not enough money there to complete those upgrades that would be required. So what's the time frame on that, or do you have that information?
Yeah, so our current obligation is associated with our environmental permitting for the lagoon. So we are doing the detailed design, or having our preliminary design submitted to Alberta Environment by July 1st of this year. Then we need to go right into detailed design and have a new system for 2028. Those are basically our 100% obligation there to Alberta Environment, according to our permit. Our underground upgrades, are based on condition. So we're working, we'll be talking about it again tomorrow with a request for a budget adjustment for the first leg of the underground improvements there for the sanitary. So we're looking at some of our worst infrastructure first, starting our south end, working north. And, but yeah, our number one obligation is the lagoon over the next 3 years. So we'll have to be able to find that high-level estimates, $3.5–4 million, depending on any other amenities that we add, such as a septic receiving station, which will price optional. So then council will be able to determine if that's something that we want to have that additional cost for. But we need to meet those minimum obligations.
So funding would need to be in place for 2028 then?
Yeah, we'll be starting, it'll be a two-phased approach. We'll need engineering for 2027 and then construction over 2028. Yeah, so it's actually needs to, the permit, I believe, is July for 28. So we'll need to be able to, after 2026, when we have that this year, when we'll be coming back to council with the design, we'll have to just get that money in place.
Okay, so there should be serious or considerable consideration given to ensuring that the funding is in place to be able to, because, yeah, with even the $2.5 million, there's a shortfall. So over the next, between now and 2028, we have to ensure that that fund is adequate to be able to fund lagoon upgrades.
Yeah, and fortunately, that one is eligible for that Alberta Water Wastewater Grant.
Right.
So we're hoping we'll be successful with that, but we do want to make sure that we have the funding in place, and the grant funding is a bonus. It's never guaranteed, but it's highly likely.
Right.
There is also the transition grant that the province awarded to Clearwater County during the amalgamation process. Part of it was for operational costs, but there is a capital component also, and I think it's just shy of $2 million. So there is some dollars there to go towards that project. Or maybe the adjacent projects that happen because of that.
Okay, thank you again, Director Hansen. Councillor Letwin.
Yes, the water and sewer budget, does that include the asphalt on the streets after this is done? Or is that an extra over and above?
Yeah, so you'll see, as with the work program that we've set out for our first 210 meters there starting at the south, we are doing bottom lift asphalt after we do the undergrounds. So whatever concrete work that's required in order to get the CVs replaced, the new water line, new sewer line, but we are putting bottom lift asphalt down, and then we'll carry on as we go farther north, and then any imperfections there will be dealt with at the top lift at a later date. So yes, asphalt, yes.
Those costs are included with sewer and water then?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Powell.
Just a question on the ag rec facility amount of about $5 million. is there a specific reason that's sitting there? Like I know in some cases, money needs to, when we are contributing with another place.
So that account specifically, past councils were adding to that fund at $1 million per year for a few years to try to get enough money to provide an ag rec facility for Clearwater County's residents. I'm not sure how, again, when I bring back the longer term view of how this money is being used to fund other priorities, I believe, for what past council and this council have decided for priorities for Clearwater County. Again, facilities is a hard one to put money away because inflation, especially in the last 5 years, has outrun what additional funds can accomplish in those restricted surplus accounts. So Clearwater County hasn't had good success with outside of the public service buildings, putting money into funds to construct facilities.
Deputy Reeve, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Hanson, just to back up a little bit here, I just want to be clear that that 3.5 to 4 million that he mentioned, or that you mentioned, that covers no underground facilities whatsoever. That's strictly for lagoon costs. The underground facilities costs will be brought as an estimate in the future, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, now, with that said, the underground facilities, there's no timeline per se on that? Like, I think council is sort of under the impression that that's an immediate requirement. Is that not the case?
We've presented, during budget there, we provided a 10-year capital plan there based on condition. So there was no imminent failures. So yes, the undergrounds are in bad shape, but it's not a requirement of permits. There was very little reported failures. This was based on their last, with the condition reports that we received from the hamlet or the Village of Caroline that we inherited from them. We went and closed, CCTV'd all of the sanitary lines, and then we've created our further assessment based on that, and then a 10-year capital replacement plan. So we've taken the undergrounds and started reconstructing all of the highest priorities over the next 10 years.
Thank you for the clarification and the reminder on that. Appreciate it.
You bet.
With everything we've seen in the city of Calgary, proactive measures, preventative measures are better as being proactive rather than being reactive. So if we know that that infrastructure is aged and deteriorated, to be proactive rather than waiting till there are failures would probably be more accommodating and better for the community and the residents. Mr. Hanson.
I just maybe wouldn't mind talk a little bit more of the restricted surplus and then some of the little bit more of the history on some of these items. I want to maybe come right back to the ag rec facility. We have on our desk the most recent feasibility study that was done on that, which this council hasn't been probably seen. I think it was presented to the previous council probably 2 years ago, and it sat on the shelf. So, and what that does is, of course, it takes the small amount of $5 million and kind of puts it in limbo. There was an idea, there was some money set aside, certainly not enough to accomplish the vision, but there's really, I guess, I would look to this council. Do you want to see that brought back? Have a review of it. Do you want to continue to invest in that restricted surplus, or do you want to reallocate that to somewhere else in your priority list? But again, there is a fairly recent feasibility study completed.
In the event, I think that there was delegations to the past council. And there was community members that did desire to have an ag rec facility, but if it was in the nearing 20 million, yeah. So if the committee was to make a motion and redirect those, with really, at this point in time, Clearwater County doesn't have the financial capacity to, I really don't believe, to move forward with an ag rec facility, which is sad to say. But there's our other priorities, municipal infrastructure, water and sanitary. So if those funds of that five, as Councillor Powell brought up, if that was reallocated into the Caroline surplus account, would that indicate to, like, would that give direction to staff to move, that would be a little bit higher priority from the committee and this council to modernize and upgrade that infrastructure there?
Yeah, absolutely. This is why I sat here today. Really,
Yeah.
our core infrastructure, there's no higher need than our core infrastructure, you know. And we identified with Caroline, the lagoon, there is going to be a county expense. It looks like we're partially funded. We may get grant funding, but the underground, you know, you'll see by my presentation tomorrow, not to take all the glory from tomorrow, is $5,000 a meter, which is incredibly expensive to do undergrounds, as well as surfacing. Like it's an incredible amount of money to do underground utilities in our urban environments. So that would be a good use of the funds, I guess. We've inherited some poorly degraded, and we know we have our asbestos cement pipe there for our water lines, and that would, you know, if we wanted to even accelerate some of these upgrades in Caroline, then the additional funds would help with that.
Okay, so then if the committee chose, we could make a motion to redirect those funds into, that would then go into core infrastructure, is that correct?
It's either core infrastructure or the
Caroline
Caroline surplus, or the Caroline fund. I would just want to confirm with Mr. Rand that no other financial obligations have been are foreseen in that account, which I believe there are none for 2026 or beyond.
Okay, no, I think it's really good discussion, so thank you, Director Hansen. Councillor Powell, go ahead.
Thank you for bringing that back up. That is why I brought up that. I mean, everybody wants, but needs versus wants. And so that is why I had brought up that account. So thank you for that. Something needs to happen with it.
Deputy Reeve, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Reed. It also appears that there will be a significant surplus in the broadband account as well. Is that correct, or am I misreading that?
Ms. Serhan, go ahead.
That is still earmarked for what will be carrying forward into the 2027 year from the project as a whole. So again, when I bring back the future years at the next council meeting, you'll see how some of these funds have been actually earmarked for future use. And not to discount the conversation there, please continue with more questions if you have. I did want to just clarify, though, that taking off the ag rec facility also would do a lot to alleviate the deficit that you see in the future, because it's a $20 million project and only $5 million funding. So if we are taking that project off, it would do a lot to your deficit that you're seeing in the 10-year capital plan.
So while we're on that specifically, could you just give a brief explanation to council as to what exactly an ag rec facility looked like to previous council, as none of us, well, most of us weren't here at the time?
Maybe I'll leave that to Councillor Cermak or Reeve Northcott, or?
Yeah, there was,
Or Director Hansen?
if there was a presentation, and I don't know if that information could be maybe emailed to the balance of the committee and council, but go ahead, Director Hansen, please.
Yeah, we'd be happy to forward that report to the balance council. Basically, it was an indoor riding arena with stabling. Then the second phase also included like a conference hall. It was something, I guess it would be similar to maybe Rimby or something as a comparison.
I see.
But more of a higher grade indoor riding facility, I say, with spectator seating, stabling, outdoor stabling, as well as some indoor stabling, as well as some type of conference hall to hold larger corporate events.
I see. Thank you for the clarification. It's surprising that that made it to 20 million, but I guess it is what it is. And I guess Mr. Hand, just briefly, so there are going to be further costs to broadband than what council was made aware? Is that something that can be discussed with this committee, or is that to be discussed at council meeting?
I'll let Director Hagan jump in here if I'm misspeaking, but the project as a whole is still at the same dollar amount. It's just the timing of when those budgets are indicated to be spent. So 2026, due to some delays, has seen a reduction in the amount of expenditure that's gonna happen, and 2027 is increasing. But the overall project hasn't seen any increases.
Do you have further comments, Deputy Reeve, or?
None that are appropriate at this time.
Councillor Humphrey, go ahead, please.
Yeah, the ag rec facility is definitely fits in the category of being a want, as far as I can understand from what we've gone through here, and I would like to see that delegated or relegated, however the proper terminology is, to the Caroline surplus, where we know we're going to need it, or the core infrastructure, whichever, as long as it gets there, where we can utilize it, because we're going to need it as opposed to wanting it. Can I carry on with that? Because I do have a question, or do I leave that make that as a motion, or how does that work?
I was just going to ask, actually, thank you, Councillor Humphrey, for clarification for staff, to have a motion to redirect those funds from the ag rec facility and redirect it to the Caroline surplus. Would a motion be required for that?
Not at this meeting. At the council meeting, I will have a whole list of them that will need to be done, so we'll do them all at the same time. I'll make sure that when I bring the updated schedule, that those funds are. I would like to know, does council want to keep the Caroline infrastructure in its own account, or should administration be moving that into core infrastructure and have it funded through there as it would any other water and wastewater project within the county, or is there value in keeping that separate?
My opinion, I guess what I see right now is just because amalgamation was unique and it does offer clarity to see Caroline, so it's specifically allocated to Caroline upgrades. That's my opinion. But I guess just to go back to the motion, there would be maybe not a motion to actually move it, but a recommendation from the committee to council that the committee recommend? Okay, just so that we have some formality so that it does move forward appropriately. Councillor Humphrey, do you have further comments, questions, and or a motion for a recommendation?
I do for discussion.
Yeah.
Before I make that recommendation. So let me understand this. We have the Caroline surplus, but what you're saying is that could just be rolled into core infrastructure, and that would be one, and it would just pull out of that one account instead of having two separate ones again. We're taking 3 down to 2, but we could actually take them to 1, and it would still accomplish the same objectives.
Yes.
So we would roll Caroline surplus and the ag rec facility and roll that all into core infrastructure.
The council could do that. Yeah, like I said, it would be up to council as to whether they feel like there's value in keeping the Caroline infrastructure upgrade separate or rolling it into the core infrastructure is another option.
Would we still be tracking, without having it separate on here, would we still be tracking it so that we'd know what our costs were in Caroline?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So the benefit of rolling them all into one would be on an admin end.
Yes. The benefit is twofold. One is that it makes it easier for council to kind of change gears if they choose, because it's a broader topic of projects that are being funded through that restricted surplus. But also it is administratively more efficient to just have one account to transfer those funds out of.
Yeah, I would make that recommendation that we roll the ag rec facility and the Caroline surplus into the core infrastructure. So as long as we still will have, have the ability to see where we're at and track our costing going forward on the Caroline projects. So just makes it a little easier to work out of, as far as I can see. So that would be my recommendation. So.
Okay, so you've got a motion on the floor then, Councillor Humphrey, to move the ag rec facility, or make a recommendation to council to reallocate the funds from the ag rec facility and the Caroline surplus and combine them all into core infrastructure.
Yes, that's correct. I have one more item, and I don't know if I roll this all into it, or do I just roll with that, but I'm also looking at the Nordig.
What I might do is if that's the motion that you'd like to make.
Yeah.
We do have a motion on the floor, so
Okay.
we'll focus discussion on that item, and then we'll roll
Roll
on.
to something else,
Yeah,
perfect.
so, I wasn't, Councillor Powell, go ahead.
I have a question, and I'm not sure who can answer it. It might be CAO Emmons. When it comes to before I vote on this, when it comes to that seniors housing that everybody wants, and you talk a third, and that the county could put up land, is that usually the case, or is there times that it's not, and that there may need to be money sitting there for that third?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Powell. So in those conversations, what they're alluding to is the ability for in-kind rather than just cash funds. So if the value of the land, say, is $300,000, just for a number, and the county's third of a $12 million building is $4 million, of course, the $300,000 would come off of our third.
Thank you. So that still means that there probably needs to be money set somewhere for the seniors housing that everybody is really wanting.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. Councillor Letwin, go ahead, please.
I noticed just under non-authorized priorities, sewer and then Leslieville sewer. What's the sewer for? Just above Leslieville sewer there.
The general sewer fund has gone to fund any wastewater projects within Clearwater County. The reason that Leslieville sewer had a separate one was because at one time their operational, the revenue generated through that, those residents was more than what the operational costs were to run that facility, but that's no longer the case. So administration's recommendation would be to combine those two into wastewater.
Thank you.
On that topic, Mr. Ham, so we do have a motion on the floor to combine some of the accounts, but would it, not saying that I'm proposing this as an amendment or anything, but would sewer and then Leslieville sewer, would it be appropriate for them to be rolled over into core infrastructure as well?
Absolutely, they could go into core infrastructure.
So. Councillor Letwin, do you have further?
You want those in a separate account also, like with the Caroline surplus? Or the, core infrastructure? Separate account?
That's up to council, how they would like to see their,
Would it benefit administration though, like the other account?
the fewer accounts, the better for administration's purpose, but for council's purpose, sometimes there's an indication to external stakeholders of what the if it's more finite as to what the name of the account is, what those funds are going to be used for. Sometimes there is a benefit to keeping more accounts.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, seeing no further discussion here, we do have a motion on the floor. I do, as amalgamation was unique, and for clarity, even for the community and the residents, when viewing these documents, to see Caroline separate, it does offer clarity, and you really know that the amount of funding that is available there to modernize and upgrade the infrastructure that is in the hamlet of Caroline. So it is, we could have actually combined them all actually into the Caroline surplus move. But anyways, at this point in time, I think it is better to leave it as Caroline, but we do have motion on the floor. Councillor Humphrey?
I can amend that motion, it's just a motion, right?
Yep.
To put those funds rather than going straight to core infrastructure, if it's gonna make it more transparent for county residents, that we roll it into the Caroline surplus.
So the ag rec facility, so you're open to amendments on your motion?
Oh, yes. I am.
Okay. Good discussion. So ag rec facility then would move into the Caroline surplus? And the sewer and Leslieville sewer would move into core infrastructure? But I'll open, the floor is still open for discussion. Councillor Powell, go ahead, please.
I think with keeping it with the words Caroline is good, it shows that we are trying to continue improvements in certain areas, and more people will be positive to what the county is doing by seeing that we are actually putting funds places to have things done. I do think that showing that we are actually taking an initiative in Caroline and that we are trying to do something positive currently with what's going on, I think would be beneficial.
It does offer some level of clarity and ease of reading. Councillor Letwin.
Yeah, you said to put the sewer under core infrastructure? That's separate, wouldn't it be?
Well,
Or is the core infrastructure going in with Caroline?
well, there might be two still separate, but there was, and if this would work for Miss Sirhan, but sewer, Leslieville sewer, and core would go and roll over into core infrastructure.
Yeah.
Would that be appropriate? And then the ag rec facility could roll over into the Caroline surplus.
I would rename, just for this exercise, I titled that Caroline surplus, just because that was the surplus that came from their financial statements, December 2024. So I would likely rename that if council agreed to Caroline infrastructure instead of calling it Caroline surplus.
Excellent. Okay, this is getting more clarity all the time. Thank you. So Caroline infrastructure. Deputy Reeve McKay, or Councillor Letwin, do you have any further comments?
No, thank you.
Deputy Reeve, go ahead, please.
Thank you. With these amendments, are there further requirements for the Leslieville sewer, or has that project been completed? Because if we're going to make these changes and we create a Caroline infrastructure account and we delete a Leslieville infrastructure account, I 100% do not agree with that, if there's still work that needs to be done there.
I would update the amount or the projects that are identified in those to the restricted surplus that is being moved to. I do believe that the Leslieville sewer is substantially complete.
It just shows that we're showing a real focus. We're taking from one hamlet that is just as important.
Yeah.
And focusing strictly on another hamlet. So if
The hamlet did benefit from an upgraded wastewater system. There was quite a number of dollars spent in that community for their wastewater project, that the funds didn't come out of that restricted surplus account. Or what happens sometimes is the budget is identified as being $2.6 million and what gets spent is 2.3. So then there's a little bit of residual left in that account. So just let me look at what.
Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, I just, I know there are some capital funds expected to come out of the Leslieville sewer, but it certainly, you know, there was a time when there was a large sum in that there was a regional sewer line. Regional as in was more of connectivity between the different hamlets, et cetera. So I think that's why that was itemized specifically as the sewer, as well as there was one time we were looking at a off-site sewer treatment facility west of, almost to the 10 Mile Road there. We had we still actually have the land allocated for a lagoon facility out in that area, which did not come to fruition. That was the first time that the town denied us access to the Caroline through the Rocky Lagoon. That's when we did extensive work on creating our own wastewater system in the localized area. There again, things have really evolved over the last 17 years that I've been here, much longer for Mr. Emmons, of course. But a lot of these are residual restricted surpluses, and and this is really good to clean these up. I think the most important thing is knowing the definition of when we look at core infrastructure or Caroline infrastructure, that it's water, sewer, roads inclusive to mostly for hamlets. With core infrastructure, it'll be mostly likely, they say, water, sewer infrastructure in the balance of our hamlets. They're the ones that may not have water infrastructure, for example, but yeah,
I think the other thing that comes out of core infrastructure is the dry hydrants. There's a few like smaller projects that didn't have its own restricted surplus fund to fund those things that have come out of that core infrastructure, but I can for sure have a list of all the projects for you that are earmarked to come out of each of those restricted surplus accounts. I can email that to you.
Thank you. Yeah, as long as we're not like getting too overzealous with spending in Caroline and leaving projects abandoned that aren't completed elsewhere, leaving the needs of other hamlets. I know everyone's excited to get Caroline fixed up, I am too, but we're talking about making some pretty major philosophical changes here to our entire surplus. So if there is something outstanding, we kind of need to know.
Yeah, honestly, it's philosophy. The capital funds have been already earmarked for 2026 out of the sewer reserve, or sewer restricted surplus. So there's no fear in moving it into core infrastructure from an administrative perspective. Now, as for, it's not lost what you're bringing to the table is it the most appropriate way to categorize funding to centralize it too much? If there's a different way or a different way you're thinking that it should be described, I don't know what else it could be.
Is there a need for a Leslieville infrastructure restricted surplus as well as a Caroline infrastructure restricted surplus?
I do have some input, and Deputy Reeve, I absolutely understand the level of fairness for residents, and I believe in that philosophy as well. Fairness and equality for all the residents across Clearwater County. I think one substantial difference is those projects in Leslieville, they're at the end of completion, where they're near the end, right? And where Caroline is at the initial stages. So it's, Leslieville is completed. There was millions of dollars that were spent on that lagoon and infrastructure there. So nearing completion, there's a small amount left. Caroline is quite different. It's the early initial stages, and I would think if there was other hamlets or other areas of Clearwater County, if there was massive investments to be made, I think that they would be identified as well. It just happens to be that it was amalgamation with the village of Caroline, now the hamlet, but they would be identified just for clarity, that to show the amount of funding that is required to update that infrastructure. So I don't think personally my intent is not to put Caroline over and above anything else. It's just there was amalgamation that was unique And it's just a large-scale investment that is needed, and to have its own separate Caroline infrastructure account offers clarity for the committee, council, and the community to be able to understand the magnitude of investment that is needed there, but I don't know if that helps at all, but.
Certainly, I understand what you're saying, I'm not saying there has to be a lot in that account, I'm just saying it might be smart to leave a Leslieville infrastructure restricted surplus account in the event that something is needed. Because by deleting that, I don't, that's not a message I want to put forth to the public, I guess.
I understand, yep, and with that, if there was another emergent need in the hamlet of Leslieville, would that be covered under core infrastructure if it was, not a significant amount, but if there was massive investment needed, then could we bring back and call it a Leslieville sewer or Leslieville infrastructure upgrade or account?
Yes, and then I'm going to complicate it just a little bit further.
Yes, please.
Is Nordic, right? There was a lot of things that we deferred, in budget 2026, I'll bring it back to there, is that there wasn't a lot of projects canceled for Nordic, but there was a lot of capital investment for Nordic scheduled for 2027, which will, once we do our spring tour 2026 and go get a feel of all the work that's been done, as well as some of the projected projects, I said, I didn't want to make it more complicated, but I did.
No, thank you, but it's the discussion, and like the Alhambra's not on here either, right? So then would we create another, in the event that something was to happen at Alhambra, should we have Alhambra? Like, we could really create a whole pile of new accounts, or do we create them as we need them? And at this point in time, through amalgamation, Caroline infrastructure needs to be upgraded. So.
And again, I just want to say that I will not be changing the funding for any of the projects on the current 10-year list. Like, if we move the funds from Leslieville Sewer into core infrastructure, any projects identified with funding from Leslieville Sewer would just then be funded through core infrastructure. Anything funded through sewer would then be funded through core infrastructure if we move the funds there. It would just be, again, combining those accounts into one to make a broader topic, or not topic, but use of those funds to identify, administration would identify to council through budget, okay, well, this project makes sense to fund out of core infrastructure, and we wouldn't have to keep track of what's wastewater versus Leslieville wastewater versus core infrastructure. And again, just to add on to Director Hansen's Nordic dilemma, so there's two kind of funds that identify Nordic specifically, and one of them is development through tax revenue, and the title of that could change to be Nordic infrastructure that's funded through tax revenue, and then there's development funded through lot sales, so that's the actual project is creating parcels of land for sale versus something that's providing services to those residents in that hamlet.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hand. So we do have, Councillor Humphrey has made a motion, and it is open for amendments at this time. Councillor Powell.
I just have a question for everybody that's I'm going to ask the question for the people that are listening, or for some of the councillors that weren't here during that process. Can somebody let us know what that Leslieville sewer, like what that upgrade cost? Estimated, not.
10 million?
Yeah, 10.
So there was roughly, just so that people are realizing who are listening, because there seems to be a bit of a theme right now going around, that there is a balanced approach hopefully being taken to all these places, and there was $11 million roughly put into Leslieville. So it does show that we are trying to build up these hamlets for the development to happen there. Is that correct? Thanks. It's kind of going for some other topics that maybe aren't necessarily today, but just so that we all know there was $11 million that was spent in a hamlet to help with development.
Thank you for the comments, Councillor Powell. Director Hansen or Ms. Serhan, do you have comments? Sorry, I just see the lights on, so I'm not sure. Councillor Letwin?
Yeah, I'd just like to emphasize again that I'd like to see the Leslieville sewer and the county sewer be separate from the Caroline surplus or infrastructure. And because we can always come back to the budget table 6 months from now if there's a shortfall or whatever. And that's a good start or chunk of change. If Leslieville was 11 million, Caroline's sitting right now at about 11 million to get started with anyway, this year,
Okay, so I think,
my suggestion.
thank you very much, Councillor Letwin. And I think maybe just for, rather than creating any more confusion, but to really have maybe a simple process going forward, the initial discussion came from Councillor Powell, and that was the Ag Rec facility, possibly reallocating those funds to the Caroline surplus account and renaming the Caroline surplus account to the Caroline infrastructure account. So, and we could just make that small amendment, and that would offer clarity. So, I'll repeat so Councillor Letwin, what I'm maybe proposing here is that the Ag Rec facility restricted account would be reallocated into what is currently called the Caroline surplus account. The Caroline surplus account, for clarity, would be renamed as Caroline infrastructure.
Oh, I see, so the core infrastructure would not join up with the Caroline.
Everything else would stay status quo as is.
I apologize, I thought we were combining all three.
We've had quite some discussion, but I think for simplicity,
No, I'm cool with that. The numbers are all wrong.
so Councillor Humphrey, back to your motion. There's open for amendments.
So the amendment you just talked about there, or doing that makes perfectly sense, so that would, perfect sense, we could amend to that, right? Which is what you were talking about, the Ag Rec into the Caroline surplus, which has become Caroline infrastructure.
Right.
Right. So that's a recommendation, correct?
Yep, that would be a recommendation. So I'll see if I can repeat this motion again from Councillor Humphrey. Councillor Humphrey makes a motion that the Ag Rec facility surplus be reallocated into the newly renamed Caroline infrastructure account. Would that motion will work for staff as a recommendation to council? Councillor Cermak, do you have any comments?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I think you're gonna have some pushback when you move that rec into somewhere else. There's a lot of people in this county that want that rec facility. I know we can't afford it, but I can see where you're being transparent. But you're moving something that a lot of people worked hard to put there. I like the transparency that you're kind of dividing some of these up and making it very clear for our ratepayers to see that there is going to be some pushback from certain people that the rest of their county is paying for isolated areas.
That same thing could be said about.
But I like the transparency of it.
The broadband account. Same thing could be said about that account. So at this point in time, this committee and the council of the day today has financial obligations that, so I don't think anybody would like, I think if there was a poll straw, I'm pretty sure everybody would like to build a really nice Ag Rec facility, and there was past delegations, that came in, and community members, absolutely. Is it sad that those funds would have to be used in other priorities at this time? Yep. It's just the current state of affairs, so. Thank you for the comments, Councillor Cermak.
Yep.
There's a motion on the floor. Seeing no further discussion, call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried unanimously. Ms. Serhan, do you have any additional information that you'd like to present on this agenda item?
No, again, I just thank council for the discussion, and there will be a subsequent agenda item coming to next council meeting if we can get the finalized numbers for the financial statements.
Okay, Councillor Humphrey?
So, we were talking the sewer, the Leslieville sewer and the sewer, just sewer there, is that,
That has been, in the past, used for generalized wastewater projects.
so I still think we could take our sewer and our Leslieville sewer and roll that into core infrastructure. It still will be paid for whatever comes up. If there was still some funding that needed to be sent to
Yes.
Leslieville, it'll still be paid. It'll just be paid out of core infrastructure, and I would clean that up. I would have a general sewer and a Leslieville sewer and just roll it all into core infrastructure. Seems to make sense to me, so I would make a recommendation. I'll hold off on that recommendation until we discuss it some more. How about that?
So, well, thank you, Councillor Humphrey. So what I'm seeing here is to combine some of these to reduce the number of accounts, but we also don't want to lose, identity of any of the hamlets, but would it be appropriate, and I'll ask this question to staff, and whether sewer is just identified solely on its own, but it could be reallocated into core infrastructure. We would still be able to still accommodate many members, and by identifying Leslieville uniquely as its own, but sewer and core infrastructure could be combined. Ms. Serhan, would that be a
That could-
possibility?
Yes, that could happen. And
Okay.
again, I just want to reiterate that I would not, projects would not be unfunded because of this title change. We would just move those projects into where it's funded from general sewer to core infrastructure.
Okay, so that could be a possibility to combine those two, putting sewer into core infrastructure. Open up the floor for discussion, and I see Councillor Letwin, go ahead.
Yeah, so if we combine those into core infrastructure, they'd still have their separate titles within that file, so that we didn't say, oh my goodness, we got potholes this week, and we take the sewer money and fill the potholes, and then we have a sewer problem. I guess that's where I'm going. If we bunch everything together, is there a way of keeping it separate within that, or keeping them separate the way they are now, because it's quite simple and basic? And then we're not spending somebody else's budget money, or money that's been put forward for a particular budget.
Every year, council determines what projects are funded through each restricted surplus account. So it would definitely be council's decision as to what they use the money for. Core infrastructure has historically been used for some wastewater projects and some smaller infrastructure projects that didn't really fit into bridges or roads or fleet. So that's why that fund was created. Again, we would just move those ones that are identified in the wastewater into core infrastructure, and council would be aware of which projects were funded through which account every year at budget. It's not something that staff just goes and spends the money on just because that's the title of the restricted surplus. Council makes those decisions every year at budget time.
Do you have further comments, Councillor Letwin? Okay. Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Thanks. Maybe it's the will of this council that the philosophy moving forward is if there is no infrastructure projects taking place in a particular hamlet, then that surplus just stays in core infrastructure. And when we have a case like Caroline where there's a lot of infrastructure work taking place, we pull that out, create its own account, it's visible, the public can see it. Once that project is wrapped up, that goes back into core infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. You know, if there's another condor upgrade, if there's another whatever it is, that might really simplify things.
Yeah, and we're trying, I think what the will is here is to accommodate all committee members and support the residents of Clearwater County, to not separate or create any division of one community over the other, right? So just have unity across the whole region and Clearwater County as a whole. So are you proposing?
Well, just essentially in agreement with Councillor Humphrey for the reason that if Leslieville is completed, then we don't need the account, right? That was all I wanted to ensure, is that project was completed and that there wasn't gonna be any loose ends. If it's completed, roll it back over.
Yeah,
Yeah, so Leslieville's not completed yet. So under that philosophy, I would leave Leslieville sewer the way that it is today, and then just move the sewer into the core infrastructure.
Copy that, thank you.
okay. No, I think we're trying to accommodate administration to combine some of these, but still have clarity for the community looking at the documents. Go ahead, Councillor Shermack. I see there's comments there.
Yeah, I think that Deputy Reeve kind of alluded to this earlier. When we do a sewer and water project, we've always taken the surface out of that. And that's been our roads and the curb and sidewalks have always been come out of a different account. That's come out of roads. We've done that on projects that we were told that the project was, let's say, $4 million. And then when you do the roads and the sidewalks and the curb and gutters, all of a sudden the project's $7 million.
Yeah.
So the core infrastructure, the core restricted, is going to cover all of that expense in Caroline from the deep to the surface.
Director Hansen, go ahead, please.
Yeah, no, and then that's exactly why it was rolled up into that large, say, a core infrastructure, which is all your basically mandatory utilities, from your deep utilities to your surface works, to your sidewalks, et cetera.
Okay. Because before it was not like that. And I was just making sure that it is all encompassing in that core infrastructure. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Letwin?
Back to Caroline there, you're saying it's $5,000 a meter to run, was that sewer or sewer and water?
That would, said, I don't want to take away all the glory for tomorrow. We'll have more detailed discussion with it tomorrow. So that was, that was the.
Then I'll be better prepared for tomorrow.
Yeah, no, it's, so have a quick look at your agenda package there, you can read all about it. But yeah, I just say as an indication that that's what, the pricing that we've had this year, we had, actually pretty good interest in the project.
Okay.
But yeah, that was, replacing the water and sewer lines, as well as, same small amount of concrete work. And then the reconsolidation and bottom lift asphalt surfacing.
Okay. How many meters are we looking at total in Caroline?
For that project, 210. The project that we're talking about tomorrow is 210 meters.
Only 210 meters?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I think there was interest from, Councillor Humphrey was interested in possibly making a recommendation to council, so a motion from moving sewer into core infrastructure to combine a couple of these accounts. Councillor Humphrey?
Yes, I'll make that recommendation.
Okay, so Councillor Humphrey makes the motion to move the sewer fund into the core infrastructure fund and combine the two. And just to check with the administration, that would be appropriate. Okay, seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. On this, one final motion, if, just to double check again with administration, is there a motion needed to accept this as information? Deputy Reeve McKay?
Just have one more quick question while we're in the restricted surplus here. Have we received any more feedback on the resource roads situation? Or is that a question maybe for council meeting?
On tomorrow's agenda.
Okay, perfect. We'll save it for then. Thank you.
Actually, it is, not,
So I just looking for an update tomorrow's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Looking for a motion to accept the restricted surplus presentation from, as information. That motion is made by Deputy Reeve McKay to accept the restricted surplus presentation as information. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you. I think at this time we'll take a recess till 12:30. Welcome back from our break, and welcome back to the Monday, March 23rd, Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole. And we're moving into item number 6.2 on our agenda, policy review for councillor drop-in sessions. It is on page 53 of today's agenda. Oh, my apologies, 6.1. I had a circle on this one, I'm sorry, Ms. Haight. We'll move into item 6.1, and it is on page 28 of our agenda today, and I'll pass the floor over to Ms. Haight. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, committee. Today I'm presenting a draft bylaw called the Repeal of Obsolete or Redundant Bylaws. So as you're aware, administration is working on a bylaw review, and some of the bylaws date back all the way to 1985 for Clearwater County. And now that we are amalgamated with the Village of Caroline, those Caroline bylaws also need to be reviewed, and some of them date back to the 1950s. So during this review process, there are many bylaws identified as no longer being required, including those that are obsolete, expired, inoperative, ineffective, or otherwise superseded by an existing bylaw. So under the Municipal Government Act, Council has the power to pass a bylaw under the MGA, which includes the power to amend or repeal the bylaw. The amendment or repeal must be made in the same way as the original bylaw and is subject to the same consents or conditions or advertising requirements that apply to the passing of the original bylaw, unless this or any other enactment provides otherwise. So regularly reviewing bylaws is crucial for legal compliance, operational efficiency, and good governance. Over time, an organization needs provincial regulations and best practices in governance can change. Failing to update bylaws can lead to several problems. One being legal and financial risks, meaning outdated bylaws might not comply with current legislation, potentially opening the door for legal challenges. The second reason is for operational inefficiencies. Bylaws that don't reflect current operations can create confusion and hinder decision-making. Poor governance. Bylaws that aren't reviewed can fail to address governance challenges, such as an amalgamation. So with the amalgamation of the Village of Caroline and Clearwater County, which occurred January 1st, 2025, there is significant redundancy as well as obsolescence in bylaws that carried forward. This can make it difficult to run the organization effectively and transparently. Although some old obsolete Village of Caroline bylaws have been repealed through attrition, such as the Clearwater Caroline Intermunicipal Collaborative Framework and the Intermunicipal Development Plan, Emergency Management and Municipal Planning Commission, there are many others that could be repealed by Council to clean up the bylaw directory, to avoid overlap and further remove obsolete former Village of Caroline bylaws. So currently the county now has 500 active bylaws, and it's expected that the review process will take several months to complete. As part of the process, more obsolete bylaws will be identified by the respective departments they impact and be brought forward for the committee's recommendations for repeal or amendment. So today, bylaws under review are 34, modified voting system, 175, Senate election, 594, institutional voting stations, and of course the 1143 Code of Conduct. So for the first bylaw number 34, it's no longer required. This is an example of the previous bylaw was created, and since then, legislation, the Local Authorities Election Act, has incorporated the requirement to have a returning officer designated so that they can designate the location of one voting station only for each voting subdivision, and the location may be outside of the areas. And it also stipulates that the elected authority may pass a bylaw by June 30th of the year in which a general election is to be held, allowing the returning officer of the elected authority to designate more than one voting station for each subdivision and the location of those voting stations. So in addition to the updates to, since 1985, updates to the Local Authorities Election Act, Clearwater County also has a municipal election bylaw, 1102, which complies with Section 3 of the Act. Any questions on bylaw 34?
Seeing no questions at this time, Ms. Hay.
Bylaw 594 is regarding authority to establish institutional voting stations and authorizing the returning officer to appoint deputies. That bylaw is also no longer required, as this authority is now incorporated into the Local Authorities Election Act, Section 81, which states, the elected authority by resolution or the returning officer, if authorized by resolution of the elected authority, may designate the location of one or more institutional voting stations for an election in addition to voting stations designated under the Act, Section 37. Currently, there are no institutional voting stations in the county's local jurisdiction. And an institutional voting station is defined as a treatment center where patients are confined, a supportive living facility, or a nursing home lodge. Any questions on bylaw 594?
With that would have been relative with the Nordegg Penitentiary when it was active in the day?
The Nordegg Penitentiary?
Yeah.
It's no longer in existence.
No, I know, but that why it would be obsolete at this point in time? Is that what it was
Oh.
intended for?
It could be. I'm not sure of the history as to
Okay.
when that penitentiary was closed. Maybe.
It was in the mid-90s, if I'm correct, or I think it was in the mid-90s that it closed, but I can't remember the exact year, but I was just wondering if that's why this was developed.
It could very well be.
Okay. Seeing no questions.
Okay, so moving along to bylaw 175. That's regarding an agreement for conducting a 1989 Senate election on First Nations Reserve. Again, it's no longer required as the Alberta Senate Election Act has incorporated the ability for the provincial government to basically assign municipalities, local authority governments, to conduct the Senate election. So that agreements are no longer required. So any questions on bylaw 175?
I'm not seeing any questions.
The final one, bylaw 1143, and again, as the committee is aware, the recent amendments to the Municipal Government Act has eliminated the requirement for code of conduct bylaw. However, although the bylaw is automatically repealed according to the MGA Section 145, administration is recording it on draft bylaw 26086 simply for housekeeping purposes. So this is just leaving a documented trail as to why all of a sudden bylaw 1143 is no longer in the directory. None of the above bylaws require consent, conditions, or advertising. Consequently, administration is recommending that the committee review the bylaws and provide a recommendation to council to grant first, second, and third readings of bylaw 26086 at a future council meeting.
Thank you very much for the background information, Ms. Haight, and bringing this forward. Discussion, questions, or motion? Councillor Humphrey.
I'll make a motion that, that we provide recommendation to council to grant first, second, and third readings of bylaw 26/086 at our future council meeting.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Humphrey that that the committee recommend to council to grant first, second, and third readings of bylaws 26/087 for the purpose of repealing obsolete and redundant bylaws. Motion on the floor. Further discussion? Any questions? Call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Okay. Now moving on to item 6.2. In our agenda, policy review, Councillor drop-in sessions. It's on page 53. And again, I'll invite Ms. Haight to present this item, please.
Thank you. Policy Council 005, Councillor drop-in sessions. This policy was adopted by Council in March of 2025 after a trial period beginning September of 2022. Attached are background reports presented to Council on June 28th and March 11th of 2025 that provide details on the development of the policy. To date, scheduling of drop-in sessions has not taken place yet due to a preference for having a discussion to decide if this is a policy that the committee would recommend to continue as is, make policy changes, or completely rescind the policy.
Okay, the floor is open for discussion from committee members. Comments, questions, or a recommendation to council? Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Did we receive any stats on the usage of the councillor's time related to this policy? I know that was something that was discussed and it was kind of a generic, maybe there'd be one, maybe there wouldn't be one day. Was there any concrete numbers on that?
No,
Okay.
there was no tracking. It was suggested that councillors keep a tracking system. A form was developed, but it was not used.
Has administration heard from the public that this is something that is being missed?
Not that, no, not legislative services has not heard anything. I'll refer to Mr. Emmons.
I have not heard a word.
Thank you. Have any other councillors heard that the public is requesting the service?
So I guess I'll offer some comments on it. I know that I did participate and it was voluntary. There was no remuneration for the position for the drop-in sessions, but sometimes I had 0 residents stop by for the councillor drop-in. Sometimes there was, maybe 1 or 2, but more often than not, there was often no attendance. But I've had more, I'm sure, just like the balance of the committee or council members, I've had more interactions with the community via telephone calls or meeting at a desired location that would meet the residents' time. But as far as this policy goes, I didn't have a lot of interaction from community members or engagement regarding this policy. Brian, Councillor Cermak, I don't know if you want to provide any input or thoughts on the councillor drop-in sessions?
In the 3 years or 4 years that I done it, I had one really good drop-in session in Caroline. And that was about solar panels going into Caroline. I was really happy that I had invited Jody from Minister Nixon's office to be at the Caroline Administration Building. I had a full house. It went over very well. I think it all came out that it was worth having it. But 1 out of 4 years, I'm not sure if it. After that, the rest of that year, I had nobody at the Caroline one, and I had one.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of feedback from the 2 committee members that did go through this process. Councillor Powell, go ahead, please.
I wasn't here while this was obviously in effect or being utilized, but for me, I don't need a day to go and meet with residents. I hope that they phone me every day. I will go to their business, their home. They can come to my home. I'll meet them for coffee. And I hope that they phone all the time. And I think that if in the instance that Councillor Shermack said, if we do have to hold a meeting somewhere, I think that all of us are competent to do that for a resident. I don't think we need a set day. I would like it to be any day. Everybody's schedules are busy, and however we can accommodate residents, I think we definitely all are willing to do that.
Thank you for the comments, Councillor Powell. Councillor Letwin.
I agree with Councillor Powell, and this last week has really proven that we're communicating with the public, and the public's communicating with us. Yeah, and so I guess if the need arises in the future, we could always go back to some sort of a system like this, but for the time being, I'd like to let Deputy Reeve McKay speak now.
Thank you very much, Councillor Letwin. Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
I guess I would like to make a recommendation from this committee to council that we rescind policy 005? No, that's not the policy number, sorry. Yeah, that is what it is, sorry.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor from Deputy Reeve McKay to rescind policy 005. Is there any further discussion? I don't think this is taking away from the community if in the future for public engagement or to have, the interaction or opportunity with council members. There could be maybe a community barbecue or something like that to have that interaction and things. But right now there are phones and many ways to be able to interact with the community. So, Ms. Haid.
And that is 100% correct. Council has a public engagement policy that outlines steps for making a plan on how they wish to engage the public when they're trying to make decisions on matters. And it clearly outlines the process, and it gives council 100% leeway as to how they wish to engage the public, whether it be through open houses or surveys or any other type of form that council wishes to have. So 100% that it by no means rescinding this policy would take away from council's already in place public engagement plan.
Thank you very much for that information, Ms. Haid. Seeing no further discussion on the matter, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Moving into item 7, Public Works, review of dust suppression policy and options. On page 65. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Reeve, committee members, council. We're here today to discuss the review the dust suppression options and policy. Some of that discussion started February 23rd at the past strategic planning meeting. Administration was asked to come back with a little bit more information for council. And so today we're going to prepare to hopefully answer any questions council has regarding dust suppression and the policy and potential options. So at this time, to lead the presentation, I'll let Sean, our project technologist, to start off.
Good afternoon, Reeve and Strategic Planning Committee members. So Strategic Planning Committee reviews the dust suppression program along with associated policy, procedure, and potential financial and budget implications. During the strategic planning meeting on February 23rd, 2026, as I mean, administration was instructed to provide further details, and the following motion was approved. Motion by Deputy Reeve Drew McKay that the committee direct administration to bring back the dust suppression policy with SP9A associated costs specifically related to the subdivisions and the cost savings for the reduced grading time. So administration then reviewed 10 years of historical records, compiling and analyzing the information as summarized below. The agenda item from the previous meeting is also attached for reference. In the first section of the historical performance of the all-use-based dust suppressant, SB9A, in subdivisions. We show the table of the performance of SB 98 in different subdivisions since 2016. As you can see in the table, many of the roads need a relay within the first 4-year timeframe after the first installation. Further, we calculated the average lifetime of SB 98 before a relay is required is 4 years. In comparison, the average lifespan of SB 98 treated roads overall, whether inside or outside subdivisions, is approximately 3.6 years. So these values are very close. It's important to recognize that an average lifespan of 3 to 4 years doesn't guarantee a relay will not be required within the initial 3-year warranty period. According to the data, each road segment carries a 25 to 28% likelihood of needing a relay in any given year. Again, the following information has been presented during the last meeting for the price of dust controls. The statistical cost for relay within the respective warranty period has been adjusted based on the statistics of subdivisions. For a typical road segment of 150 meters, the new installation, relay, and deletion costs are all listed in the table with the warranty period. One thing to note is that these prices are based on the SB 90 quote that administration received at the end of 2025. With a recent increase in oil prices, the cost of the product, as well as the installation and relay expenses, may also be impacted. At this point, the cost for the upcoming season remain uncertain. The next section is a list of subdivisions. Within subdivisions, roadways may be paved, gravel, or privately owned. Administration identifies the areas where dust suppression could be applied on the gravel portions of these roads. Below is a list of 68 subdivisions, ordered from the longest to the shortest, along with the approximate lengths of gravel roads where dust suppression may be implemented. It's important to consider the budget implications if all these roads are treated, while other oil-based products are available on the market, using the cost of applying SB 90 to the full 80,920 meters of roadways as a baseline results in the following estimates. New installation is approximately 7.2 million. Warranty relay within the 3 years is 4.7 million. Removal at end of service life is 2.5 million. As previously noted, the average service life of SB 90 within a subdivision is approximately 4 years. And the next section goes to the cost and potential cost savings. Administration selected 5 subdivisions listed in the table above, those with the longest road lengths, and prepared a cost savings comparison showing the table in this section. As shown in the table, while SB 90 treated roads can reduce summer maintenance costs by decreasing the amount of grading required, they demand more time for ice control during the winter months. In effect, the savings realized in summer are easily outweighed by the additional effort needed for just one single winter snow event. The pros and cons of either oil-based and gravel-based road services are provided below. So for oil-based dust suppression, for summer maintenance, these roads are generally require no greater maintenance during summer. Warranty-related repairs and pothole patching may still be necessary. For winter maintenance, initial snow removal takes about the same amount of time as on untreated gravel. However, fully clearing the road is much more difficult because SB 90 creates a soft, uneven surface. Ice control can take up to 4 times longer than on gravel. Snow left in the uneven surface freeze and thaws, forming ice patches that require multiple passes to maintain safe conditions. And if operators try to remove ice too aggressively, they risk damaging the SB 90 surface, leading to additional required needs. In winter, pickled sand cannot be used as it has a tendency to soften and deteriorate SB 90 and gravel surfaces. Chips can be applied, but at a cost of $25 per ton. For gravel roads treated with non-oil-based dust presence, winter maintenance remains quite straightforward. The grader can clear snow evenly because the surface stays uniform. And even when stubborn ice forms, operators can usually loosen a bit of gravel to spread across the road for traction. This makes winter operations predictable and efficient. In summer, although some grader maintenance is still required on gravel, administration aims to keep this work to a minimum in order to reduce dust complaints. We will typically only blade washboards, rust, and potholes. This also keeps the monthly hours spent on subdivision grader maintenance to a minimum. In summer, average over 7 months, if all subdivision roads remain untreated with oil-based dust presence. Maintenance costs are based on spot grading as needed at an average rate of $130 per hour. For north and north, it is about 10 hours. Misty Valley, that's about 4 to 6 hours. Horberg, 4 to 6 hours. Clearwater Estates, 4 to 8 hours. Crimson Lake Cottage Lots, 4 to 6 hours. And average of these hours have been used for the table in this section. To summarize this section, ice control operations on roads treated with oil-based dust presence require significantly more effort than on standard gravel surfaces, up to 4 times as much. The comparison table referenced earlier outlines additional grading time needed per snow event on these treated roads. When we compare this increased winter workload with the reduced grading required in summer, the cost advantage quickly disappears. In fact, the summer savings are fully offset if there's one single snow event per month. Any month with more than one snow event eliminates this program's summer cost savings entirely. As discussed in our previous meeting, reinstating oil-based dust suppression applied by Clearwater County staff using county equipment would also require the purchase of a new zipper to manage the higher workload. The most recent estimates place this cost of equipment at approximately $500,000. So the next section 4 is the discussion about the third-party contractors. The current policy allows residents to hire third-party contractors to apply approved dust suppression products, whether oil-based or non-oil-based, on county roads, with all the costs paid directly by the residents. While this approach provides more options, it also introduces several operational challenges, particularly when dealing with longer-term dust suppression products that include a warranty period of more than 1 year. First, there are quality assurance concerns. Although the county requires a 3-year warranty from third-party contractors for oil-based applications, enforcing that warranty is extremely difficult in practice. Dust suppression failures can occur for a wide range of reasons, like poor workmanship, substandard product quality, improper application methods, the characteristics of the gravel or road base, or simply just a normal wear and tear from traffic. Different oil-based products may also have varying service lifespans. It's important to emphasize that oil-based dust suppression is not a paved service, and it does not provide the same durability. Our data shows that these applications typically last 4 years in subdivisions, compared to 15 to 20 years for a paved road. County staff will supervise the work to ensure quality control, but because so many variables can contribute to the defect, it becomes very difficult to determine the responsibility to require a contractor to return and correct the issue at no cost. Since the full cost relay is nearly $11,000 for just 150 meters, it's almost the same as a new application cost of $13,484. Compounding this challenge, it is also very difficult to find contractors willing to commit to a 3-year warranty. There are also cost implications. When administration calculates the rates, we typically base them on 85% of the equipment rates published by the Alberta Road Builders and Heavy Construction Association. As a result, residents would likely pay more when hiring a new third-party contractor directly. And even when a third-party contractor performs the work, Any warranty repairs that becomes necessary would likely still result in the county absorbing the full cost of the relay, approximately $11,781 for 150 meters, due to the factors I have just outlined. So the response time is another concern. When a dust suppression application fails and after the county notifies the contractor, it can take weeks and worst case, months before the contractor is able to return to the site. Their scheduling constraints and other commitments often delay repairs. If these issues were handled by in-house staff, the county would be able to respond far more quickly and efficiently. Taking all these factors into account, administration notes that using in-house staff for dust suppression projects and discontinuing the use of third-party contractors for longer-term products with warranties may provide operational advantages for this program. If council chooses to move in this direction, the relevant policy clauses would need to be updated. So the challenges I have outlined apply specifically to dust suppression products with a service life more than 1 year. Third-party contracting still remain as an effective tool for products with a shorter service life, specifically those lasting less than 1 year, such as calcium-based dust suppressant, for residents who may miss the county's application window or just for industry's use. In these cases, allowing residents to hire their own contractor continues to provide flexibility without creating the long-term warranty and operational challenges associated with oil-based products. Furthermore, if council decides both to discontinue third-party contracting and to reinstate oil-based dust suppression, Clearwater County Public Works staff would complete the work internally. So the last section is the budget implications. If council decides to restore oil-based dust suppression as an option from year 2026 and onwards, the table in this section outlines the extra first year's cost. This program would require a budget adjustment increase of $1,450,394 for budget year 2026, more or less. Actual cost will be subject to the number of applications and the price of oil at that time. The current oil price increase may change this price very easily. And to keep in mind, extra warranty and deletion costs of these new applications, about $1.9 million would occur in later years, which were entirely borne by the county as per the previous policy. In total, the budget implications for the first year of operations in 2026 would be approximately $3.3 million in the long term. Depending on the size of the project, a tender may be required for the oil-based dust suppression product. In addition, this program's budget is expected to continue increasing as oil prices and equipment rates continue to rise. The additional funding required for new installations and associated warranty work is not limited to the current year and will become an ongoing annual expenses. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation and the information for the committee's consideration. Is there, the floor is open for discussion or comments or motion. Councillor Powell.
I just have a question on the historical performance of the oil-based dust suppression. I see that there's subdivisions on here from 2016 to 2022. Were those subdivisions, did they all come together and pay for 50% of the cost when those were installed?
So some subdivisions, for example, I think it's Crimson Lake, Cottage Lodge, they have a bylaw to impose those fees on the property tax rate, I believe. And for others, they just pay 50%.
Okay, thank you.
But even for Crimson Lake, they also pay 50% as per the previous policy.
Councillor Powell.
So when I see that the two applications that are being spoken of on here, they seem to be referenced towards either Clearwater Estates, which I know about, or Nordeg's North subdivision. Is that because Nordeg's North subdivision has requested?
Take that one. Yeah, that's correct. They have requested in the past, for sure.
Okay,
And they're the two largest of our subdivisions as well,
Okay,
most road meters.
thank you.
You have a follow-up, Ms. Powell?
Just keep talking. Since nobody else wants to bite on it. Well, first, this isn't the right place to put this, but pavement should be going into all subdivisions before they're even subdivided, is my opinion. There's so many people out there right now that want pavement, and if it was done initially in the beginning, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about this. That's just an opinion, which could maybe change later. Obviously, one of these areas, I'm speaking for 30 and 40 people right now in an area that would like it. It's really hard not to sit here and try and support the SB 90 for them, and for various reasons. This place that I'm speaking about does not get broadband. They did not get their gas line paid out like other places. So for them, when they're not getting those other things, they probably really would like some assistance on the dust suppression. And I'm not saying it needs to be 50-50, but even 2/3, I already know what Councillor Humphrey's gonna say, 2/3, 1/3. I have had 30 to 40 of them confront me, so that's why I'm speaking today.
Thank you very much for the comments, Ms. Powell. Councillor Humphrey, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I think the numbers speak for themselves. It's, 13 to 14% are times more expensive to put SB 90 oil-based on there as opposed to the calcium-based. And it works relatively the same, only it doesn't cost the county so much money to take it back out even when it's done. Doesn't look viable at all, and I don't think we already have a policy in place, if I'm correct, that pays 50% of the calcium, which that's open to any residents in the county, and I think that's a good one, but making 50% of millions of dollars doesn't make sense when we can keep it down. The numbers down there, I had it a minute ago, but we've all seen them. The cost, hang on, what page is that on where it relates that to us? The one where it showed the price of the calcium to the SB 90, when you look at that, cost to install for calcium is $972 as opposed to $13,484. Then there's a relay, and that's another $8,836. And then there's the deletion cost at the end of the period where you have to chew it all back up and get rid of it. So, when you look at the calcium below it, and we're looking at a total cost of what, $1,400. So that's quite different from over, 20, close to $25,000. To me, that, the county's not made of money. And and calcium works just as well as the other without all the added expense. So, because it does set up and harden up after it's set down and allowed to settle in. It's been my experience, and I've had it on the road to my place. It's been on a hill. It gets put on there to work with it, and it's only muddy when it's first applied. After that, it sets up rather nice.
Thank you for the comments, Councillor Humphrey. Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, or Reeve. Besides the financial implications that I don't think we're in a position at this time to be making promises or expenditures like this. There is something that we often reference for other situations, and that is that these residents purchased these properties at a gravel standard. There was no promise of pavement. There was no promise of dust suppression. So it's, I hate to be that guy, but like I say, we do apply that mentality to other situations. It was purchased knowing that this is what they got. So unfortunately, especially the financial situation that we're in, that's what they're gonna have to deal with.
Okay. Councillor Letwin.
Yes. Just to elaborate on Mr. Humphries there, I've talked to a few landowners that have paid for this, and they've had the SB 90, and it's been very expensive for them. Doesn't hold up that well either. And now that they've gone to the calcium, they're happy as can be, or not happy as can be, but it's just as good, but it's cheaper, and walk away, forget about it. You don't have to worry about, you know. And so I just wanted to share that anyways, that it seems to be working okay for a lot of the country residents anyways. It perhaps not likable for the subdivision residents, but it's working out there, so. And the difference in the cost for a 3-year program is absolutely staggering. Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with the other councillors here that SP 90 is very, very expensive. And when you bought it, it was at a gravel standard. And we have the option. If they want SP 90, they can contract a third party with the approval of our county to have it laid and looked after. And that is solely borne 100% by the subdivision. I know for a fact that if you put in a subdivision and you say that that subdivision has to be paid before, or paved before you sell any of the lots, just picking numbers out of the air, if the lot was 100,000 to a gravel standard, you can rest assured that that lot would be close to 200,000 if it's paved. So each of those property owners probably have 100,000 to work with if they want to do SP 90. Or they could spend $375 and have the other one put in by us. So we haven't taken away anybody's options, which I think is great. We're leaving residents have an option. We are not dictating to them. We are giving them options. And that's what life's about. You make your final decision on the best option you think that works for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cermak. Councillor Powell.
I think that they're all really good points that everybody's made. But when you're listening to 30 to 40 people sitting there that are raising their own money to come forward with something like this, it's tough not to support them, especially when they will not receive broadband and their money was spent that way. So it is a tough situation, but I hear what everyone's saying.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead, please.
Oh, sorry, that didn't mean for that to be on, but I guess, well, it is. With regards to the contractor options, I think that's quite dangerous to remove the ability for residents to hire their own third-party contractors and force them to use the county. I think, as Mr. Cermak indicated, that we need to give them the option to contract whoever they want to provide that service. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Humphrey.
Yes, I agree with that, although I did note in there that there was some concern about the contractors not coming back to finish the job and do the final deletion cost and the relay. And if the county had to pick any of that up, then that cost, I think, should be put back to the, if the contractor doesn't come back and finish that, I don't think that's fair to the residents of the county that they have to pick up that tab to, for deletion or for relay if that contractor doesn't come back. So I think anybody going down that road needs to be sure that they have a competent contractor coming in and be prepared for the extra cost if they don't come back for it. Because how does that come in? The county then has to go in and clean that road up. Do we have the equipment to do that? Because there was noted here some equipment we would need to buy.
Yeah, no, we do have the equipment to do that. And the zipper is used for relays or deletions, but it is in operable shape. It's just if we increase the workload, that's when the new one will have to come in. It has reached its end of its life. It's 15 or so years old. It's got lots of hours on it.
Okay, so again, I don't think that cost, if the contractor just skips out because don't worry about it, the county will cover it, shouldn't be borne by the rest of the residents of the county for using a different, more expensive dust suppression than what the county is supplying. That's my take on it.
Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Thanks. I'm not entirely sure that argument's really relevant because but the road belongs to the county. So the cost of the warranty and the relay could easily just be billed by the county back to the contractor if it was within the warranty timeframe. Like, I don't think we need to put that back on the residents. The contractor's gonna have to sign an agreement to do work on our roads, just like any contractor would have to sign an agreement to do work on your property, right?
So long as we never get stuck with it.
Council, to answer that question, and I might have to defer to CAO Emmons, when we're looking at the negotiation comes between the contractor and the resident. What I think we were trying to touch upon in this proposal was we know that there are some, again, you're looking at third-party contractor. You're typically looking at a few different functions in that contract proposal. An oil supplier, contracted equipment, timing, being able to lay that down in the right time, and where the resident is hypothetically paying X amount of dollars. So if we make the assumption of $13,000 and contractually that contractor and that resident will agree to a 3-year warranty, I don't believe we've had any of those to date. Okay, so it's very iffy. It's iffy for a contractor to take on that risk because it's really not clear because it could be a failure on some heavy equipment went over it or weather conditions. So there's so many variables. So when we're talking about the contract itself, I think we envision it's very difficult for a resident and a contractor to put together a contract that would protect everybody. Does that defer to the county eventually? Potentially, in terms of if you can't get the contractor back to satisfy that, are we stuck with, let's say, maybe not a relay, but maybe to disband it could be possible, and at that time. So that's where some of that risk is, for sure. We haven't seen any contractors really jumping out to do that sort of work. Having said that, we haven't looked at a full subdivision where there's multiple and maybe multiple people engaged in acquiring a contractor and getting benefit of like synergies, economies of scale, those type of things. In talking to our staff, sometimes collectively, getting a group together voluntarily to all pay. I don't know if everybody's had a backyard and you're dealing with your fence sometimes. There's probably sometimes a little more to that from what I'm hearing. Operations Supervisor Jody Langford could maybe attest to that, but it is a little more coordinating to get that for sure commitment. It leaves somebody out. So the contracted side, I think when Mr. Howe was talking about that was just to when we started looking at it, maybe it is simple. If somebody did want to put that down, would we be able to do that? Obviously, it depends on how many meters you're gonna have to lay in a year. Right now, we're not doing any. So that's the variable. Why do we suspect that? We suspect it's cost. We suspect it's cost. It is a big thing. And again, those are some of the deterrents right now. And to relay or to do other things with it, there is another significant cost that could be unknown just over time, right? So that's where we've approached it with third-party contracting. If it stays the same, that's fine. We can do that. I think what we're just trying to have council aware of, that it's to have a contractor come back to complete the work, even contractually, because it's our infrastructure, is still, there's some difficulties with that. And we've had those legally vetted and all kinds of things. There's challenges with that when you start getting different parties involved. Sometimes it's just easier to move forward yourself if you see those things. So that was the context of that. But very good points made by council, that you want options for residents. I think that's important.
Okay, is there any other discussion? If Councillor Sturmack, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so if we do a contract with a third-party contractor, we only deal with the contractor. We don't deal with the people that are wanting the job done. They deal with the contractor. We can hold the contractor's feet to the fire, more or less, saying that this is the road condition, that the sub-grade is a level, that it's to a non-band standard. So therefore, the road base is good, we know that. And your product that you're putting on, that's up to you. If it's an inferior product, then you're at fault, and we're gonna hold you to it. Can you do a foolproof contract like that between county and the third-party contractor and leave the residents out of it, that they only deal with a contractor?
I see CEO Emmons has some comments or remarks to make, so please go ahead, CEO Emmons.
No.
No?
That was simple. Okay, next.
I don't like that answer.
No. Councillor, respectfully, I'll be glad to expand.
Please.
So of course, the oil-based product goes on our gravel roads. Our gravel roads are not to a ban-free standard. We just simply don't ban them. They are not engineered to a ban-free standard. There isn't the appropriate GBC laid down to call it a ban-free standard.
Oh.
We just don't ban our gravel roads. So that's the first part. SB 90 is notorious for holding moisture. So again, you get into the quality of your base of your road. If it's aggregate, it'll breathe. It'll bleed that moisture out. SB 90 will hold that moisture inside its base. It acts like a sponge. So when you have a heavy clay, some clays are not as elastic as others, and they will take on and they'll turn to a mud, and you'll see your SB 90 ripple. And it's all these variables actually that a contractor will say, it's not our product, it's your road, it's the quality of gravel. You had heavy loads, there are so many variables. You could never ever design a contract that would really hold their feet to the fire.
So we would end up liable in the long run.
In my opinion, at the end of the day, the MGA states that we are required to maintain the road in a reasonable and traveling condition. We would end up fixing them rather than fighting with a contractor and in a dispute of what the cause of a pothole was, or it unraveled for a section. How long do you let it go before you just fix it? And I don't think it'd be enforceable anyway.
So you'd have to repair it or rip it up. Put it back to a gravel standard. If it went to heck after the first year and the contractor wasn't willing to come back and fix it, then we would have to go in and fix it, or rip it up and put it back to a gravel stand.
Or if it was similar to the previous agreement and there was a 3-year warranty, we'd be on the hook for replacing it. If it was within that 3-year window.
I don't like your answers, okay? Can you give me another answer, please? I'm getting that, I'm not sure if I want anything to do with SB 19 then. Because we have SB 90 in front of the farm that I'm on. It's holding up good. And down the hill, we have the chloride on it. I think it holds up better than the SB 90. It doesn't seem to washboard as quickly. Sure it does washboard, but not near as bad as when it was just straight gravel. Maybe we should only go to calcium chloride. Because I kind of agree with the Deputy Reeve that we don't have an endless amount of money here to keep fixing roads after somebody makes a mess of them. And I don't like the answers that I get from our esteemed Chief Administration Officer. Even though it is the true answer. Thank you. And that's my opinion on it. I think we stick with that. I hate taking away an option from our residents, but maybe in this case we can't afford not to. I guess decision up to the rest of council.
Okay, thank you for the comments, Councillor Cermak. Councillor Humphrey, go ahead, please.
I'm just ready for us to make a motion on this, that we utilize the calcium base for our dust suppression. And it really doesn't seem like SB 90's a good option. So just to have an option when it's a bad option doesn't seem like an option. So I would also suggest we remove it as an option. Because it's a bad option. It can cost us so much more money, and it's not working any better than what the calcium does at a much greater savings.
Okay, thank you for the comments. I guess I'll offer a few comments. What I've observed is the SB 90 a load-bearing surface? Absolutely not. Does it erode and deteriorate quite quickly? Yeah. It should be more, it would be more of an appropriate dust suppressant for something like a multi-lot subdivision where there's, and with a, a road ban status on it, which would be restricted of some sort. Is it a different product than the calcium chloride? Absolutely. When kids are, in a multi-lot subdivision, if people are trying to push a stroller or ride their pedal bikes with training wheels and they're riding through calcium chloride, it's much different than riding on SB 90. It's completely different, so the quality of life is different. Does Clearwater County right now have the financial capacity to subsidize this with the inflated rates and the prior projects that have taken priority? I don't think the municipality has the capacity to offer this for a dust suppression solution. And it wasn't, the SB 90 wasn't removed, and it was stated that, residents could still get SB 90. It was the subsidy that was removed. It was previously, it was 50% subsidized, so that they can still have it, but the big thing was the 50% of the subsidy that was removed. So, those are the comments, but I did hear people in the community and residents that were disappointed that they'd lost one form of dust suppression. But I don't know if the financial capacity is here at this point in time for Clearwater County to offer this service. Sad to say. Looking for motions, amendments. I'm sort of gathering consensus that there's no amendments needed to the policy and it could remain status quo other than some discussion that maybe took place to completely remove the option of SB 90 altogether. So, if we have a motion, could you please repeat it, Councillor Humphrey?
Now I'm wondering if I make it in two motions, but, motion that we keep our current, policy with the calcium that we have at the 50%. That's our current policy as I understand it, but that we, so if that's one motion, but I also think it's worth considering and maybe a motion to remove SB 90 from the options altogether, as it's a bad option. It has more cost at the end to take it out as well, and more cost that's very likely on the county. That the removal cost is on the county. That's not, the contractor doesn't come back and remove it. Am I correct? Yeah, I'm correct. So that is an additional cost at the end of the 4 years where the county comes in and we have that cost to remove it, just to put it down again. Doesn't seem like a good option.
Councillor Powell, go ahead, please.
This 4 years, I do believe it does last longer in some situations. I'm pretty sure I just drove over some that was 10 years. So this 4 years, it would definitely make sense if you're just on a grid road and somebody put it in front of their driveway, that it's going to lessen its value or its performance life. But in a subdivision where there was a load restriction on and it was completely done the entire subdivision, I mean, 4 years could be 10, it could be 15. Is that not correct?
So in the first section of this agenda item, so we only list the SB 90 installed in the subdivisions. And the data shows an average life of 4 years, even in the subdivisions.
Okay.
So some subdivisions may last longer, but the average life is 4 years.
Deputy Reeve, Deputy Reeve, go ahead, please. You're on the spot. It's yours.
Thanks. Just with regards to the traffic on this product, like, all these subdivisions, because I'm not familiar with many of these subdivisions, are they strictly residential traffic, or are these subdivisions through roads that industrial traffic would be using as well?
Take that one. Excuse me. Yeah, no, residential traffic only. Yeah, Nordic North has still a bunch of construction happening, but just residential construction mostly.
So even in a best case scenario with residential traffic only, we're only seeing 4 years?
That's the accurate numbers from the actual laydowns in those subdivisions.
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify that. It just, if we're talking about completely removing something, I just want to make sure that the fact that we have the facts here, and if that is in fact the truth, then this product shouldn't be used.
That's where that data came from, is the actual lay dates from those dust controls.
I mean, in the previous meeting, there was talk of 10 years plus kind of thing, like if.
There definitely is spots that are 10 years old, but it's short and contained.
Right.
We don't grind them up just for fun, because it costs us money, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It just, it seems like a very poor product.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor from, go ahead, Councillor Humphrey.
I'll also add into that poor product that it also costs more to maintain in the winter, and and you can't put the salt on it, which makes it a really poor product, because now you got your trucks going around and they're plowing the roads, sanding the roads, and they gotta go back and get a special load just for that SB 90. Well, that's not very productive either. That's more cost that's probably not even figured into that. It's and 4 times the greater work to get to it. Whereas a gravel road, you can just get down there, scarify your road and bring the rocks back up. They're already there. So, yeah, just really resonates to me that it's a poor product.
Jana, would you be able to repeat, or do you have Councillor Humphrey's motion?
Thank you, Reeve. I'll be happy to read it, and please check me if I'm wrong. That the committee direct administration to continue with the calcium chloride for dust suppression as a county-applied treatment option with installation shared at 50%, and to remove SP90 as an option.
Okay, does everybody have clarity on the motion on the floor? Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? That motion is carried. Moving on in our agenda to item number 8, which is closed session. I'll be looking for motion to go into closed session.
Sure.
Councillor Cermak makes motion to go into closed session. Call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Welcome back from our closed session. We do have one motion coming out of closed session, and Councillor Powell?
Make the motion that the committee direct administration to draft a letter as discussed in closed session.
Thank you for the motion, Councillor Powell. There's no discussion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you. And our last motion for the day, if there's, this concludes the business of today's March 23rd Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole meeting. So our final motion for the day would be for adjournment. Councillor Letwin, you make the motion for adjournment?
I'd like to make a motion for adjournment.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you very much.